Good morning. Good morning to you all. I would like to open today's meeting and welcome everyone here in the gallery, joining us online, and of course, councillors and council team members. Welcome to you all. I invite you to stand as I ask Councillor Landsberg to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Sunshine Coast Council acknowledges the Cubby Cubby and Jinnabarra peoples, whose lands and waters we share. Their unique values and cultures enrich our communities. For thousands of years, the Sunshine Coast has been a place of celebration and kinship. We commit to partnering with our traditional custodians to support their aspirations for community growth. We are dedicated to learning about their history and experiences as traditional owners and our First Nations people. We honour the traditional owners and their elders past, present and emerging, and value their significant role in our community. Together we are stronger.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Please remain upstanding if you're able as I invite Pastor Dan Mueller from Emmanuel Lutheran Church to provide us with a blessing. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I confess faith in the triune God, God the Father, Son and Spirit, so I'll say a prayer in his name. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for your many varied gifts. Thank you for this day that you have made, for our bodies that you have created in your image. Thank you for our families that support and encourage us. And thank you for this country on which we live and work and play. Let us rejoice and enjoy the blessings that you give each day. I pray that you bless the people of this region. Bless us in our work and leisure, our art and commerce, our technology, medicine, trades and construction. May our efforts reflect your creativity and your wisdom. Almighty God, where there are divisions, bring unity among us. May we find common ground and work together for peace, for justice, and to be reconciled with each other. Give wisdom to leaders, and today in particular I ask your wisdom for our councillors and council staff team as they make decisions for the good of this region. Make us your instruments of peace and healing. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Please be seated, everyone. So as we move on to the record of attendance, I note that we have Councillor Dixon joining us via Teams today. Thank you, Councillor, and to all of you. Moving to item 4, councillors, can I please have someone move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 19 June 2025 and the special budget meeting, the budget adoption meeting held on 7 July, and that is Councillor Johnston moved and seconded Councillor Natoli. All those in favour? And I see you there, Councillor Dixon, so that is carried unanimously. Thank you all. There is no mayoral minute today, so we'll move on. Item 6 is the conflicts of interest. And councillors, I remind you of the requirements of the Local Government Act 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting. Should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. Now, we move on to presentations, and Councillor Burns, I believe you have a few awards to acknowledge today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's an absolute pleasure for me to do this. So I've got a few big sort of things on the desk, and I'm going to read through the whole thing, and we're going to get the team down at the end of that all at once. So this presentation is to acknowledge the recent awards from the Australian Institute of Architects. The Regional Architecture Awards were held in late May, and the State Architecture Awards in late June of 2025. So it is a pleasure to share that the Sunshine Coast Design Guide for Apartments and Townhouses recently won 3 awards at the state and regional level, including a regional commendation for urban design, secondly, a shortlisted for a Sustainable Architecture Award, and thirdly, a Queensland State Award, which is commendation for urban design, which is one of the highest honours in Queensland architecture. The Sunshine Coast Design Guide for Apartments and Townhouses was produced in-house following a series of workshops and discussions with the design and development industries and the community. This new guide sits under the highly awarded Sunshine Coast Design Book, which sets an important design vision for the region. I'd like to read out the very impression of the state jury citation, and it says, "The Sunshine Coast Design Guide for Apartments and Townhouses is a visionary framework for shaping sustainable, resilient and contextually rich environments for people to thrive. Grounded in a deep appreciation for place, climate and community, the guide provides a clear and simple approach to design that honours the region's unique identity while fostering progressive urban development. The guide sets a benchmark for sustainable growth, one that helps future projects to integrate seamlessly into the Sunshine Coast landscape and cultural fabric. This award celebrates the design guide as a catalyst for meaningful and enduring urban transformation, demonstrating the power of place-based design to shape vibrant, inclusive and forward-thinking communities." Added to this, the regional citation noted, "This guide has a high potential to support the new planning scheme and drive improved standards of development in housing densification, which is highly relevant to the challenges of a region grappling with how to maintain its unique identity in the face of unprecedented growth." So I would like to offer my congratulations to the urban design and architecture team who are here this morning. Sarah Chalkley, Lisa Moore, Tony Holzberger, Andrew Zarb, Tom Brock and Evelyn Murphy. We acknowledge your ambition, your rigour and your dedication in delivering this important project. The Sunshine Coast Council is recognised not only in Queensland but nationally as a leader in design vision and excellence. It's a wonderful achievement and a fitting acknowledgement of what we are collectively doing to protect and enhance our beautiful region. Thanks for your efforts, thanks for your leading, and I would like to invite you to come forward now to accept these 3 massive frames and awards.
I can.
Councillor Burns, will you move the motion to note receipt of the award? Yes, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Suarez. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you all. And thank you, Councillor Burns. Okay, we move now to item 8.1. Welcome Ms Patey to present the first item on the agenda this morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. Today I present a report on a development application for a telecommunications facility at 1 to 9 Campbell Street, Woombye. The application is subject to impact assessment under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme and is before Council due to significant community interest. The aerial image shows the facility's location. The site is zoned rural, adjacent to the low-density residential zones to the east and north, and near the Woombye Local Centre to the south. It lies east of the North Coast Railway and south of Painter Creek, with established vegetation on site and nearby. The proposal includes a 31.3 metre high tower with a circular head frame for antennas, elevated equipment cabinets, security fencing and power supply. The plan shows the facility's location relative to existing site features, including access from Campbell Street and vegetated areas. This slide illustrates the layout of the facility within the proposed lease area and fenced compound. The elevation shows the 30-metre monopole with a 1.3 metre head frame, totalling 31.3 metres in height. It also includes elevated equipment cabinets and compound fencing. The proposal has generated significant community opposition. During public notification in August 2024, Council received nearly 450 properly made submissions, most opposing the development. This included 6 petitions with over 250 signatures. Over 400 submissions followed a pro forma format. Key concerns raised include conflicts with planning scheme outcomes, visual amenity and character impacts, effects on flooding and riparian areas, and concerns about electromagnetic radiation. As seen in the submissions maps, submissions were received from both within and outside of Woombye, but a large number of submissions were received from within and around the township and from residential areas located in proximity to the proposed facility. The key issue in the assessment is the proposal's adverse impact on the character, visual amenity and setting of the local area. Due to these impacts, the development does not comply with key outcomes in the Strategic Framework, Woombye Local Plan, Rural Zone Code and Telecommunications Facility Code, and this is discussed in the detailed assessment report at Attachment 1. The most significant concern is the visual impact on nearby residential areas. The Telecommunications Facility Code recommends facilities be at least 400 metres from residences and parks and 20 metres from public pathways. The proposed site is within 400 metres of over 100 homes, with the closest between 100 to 150 metres, triggering assessment against performance outcomes. Council's 3D modelling shows the tower would be clearly visible from many public and private viewpoints, particularly residential ones. This Vantage Key Point map highlights moderate to high visual impacts from several locations within the 400-metre radius. The following slides are extracts from the 3D analysis showing examples of some of the most affected private views. This view is from 19 Campbell Street. This view is from 19 to 21 Hill Street. This view is from 8 Campbell Street. Attachment 4 of the Ordinary Meeting Report provides a comprehensive set of views assessed using Council's 3D modelling. While not all views show significant impacts, many residential properties, particularly on Campbell and Carey Streets, are adversely affected. These homes, located on sloping land facing the site, are likely to have direct views of the proposed facility from windows, balconies and private open spaces. Over 19 residences within 300 metres were identified as having clear views of the tower. The applicant's photomontage report supports Council's findings but includes fewer vantage points and focuses only on public views. As a result, it does not fully capture the impact on private residential amenity. Council's 3D analysis demonstrates that the proposal would not minimise adverse impacts on nearby residential uses, failing to meet Performance Outcome P01 and Overall Outcome 2A of the Telecommunications Facility Code. Despite identified conflicts with the planning scheme, Council must consider whether an overriding community need justifies approval under the Planning Act. The applicant provided coverage maps indicating improved Optus mobile service and potential benefits for other carriers. Their analysis suggests approximately 348 dwellings, around 1,000 people, local businesses and visitors would benefit from enhanced indoor coverage. The applicant also explained that although alternative sites have been investigated, no equivalent or better sites are available. The applicant's explanation is included in full in the detailed assessment report. The applicant's site selection process is acknowledged and the improvements to coverage are not disputed. However, it is considered that the potential benefits of the proposal do not clearly demonstrate a community need. Over 400 submissions, including 6 petitions with more than 200 signatures, oppose the proposal, many from residents within the predicted coverage area. Only 5 submissions, 3 properly made, supported the application. The proposal has therefore been strongly opposed by the community it would benefit. The absence of community support indicates that the existence of an overriding need in the community interest that would overcome the conflicts with the planning scheme has not been demonstrated. It is therefore recommended that Council receive and note the report and refuse the application due to the conflicts with the planning scheme as outlined in the agenda report and the attachments.
Councillors, may I have someone move? Councillor Johnston will move the motion and a seconder, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Johnston, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll wait and see if there are any questions first, thanks.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Lansford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question around this type of infrastructure and how it conflicts with our policy of connected communities and our smart city framework.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the assessment report does speak to the benefits of the proposal in relation to the strategic framework. There are outcomes in the strategic framework which talk about telecommunications facilities being provided for and for, these types of services being allowed for. But in the same breath, it also talks about these not adversely impacting communities. So it's a balancing exercise that needs to occur in this assessment, is the looking at the needs for a proposal and considering the community impacts at the same time. And our assessments found that, well, yes, there is, the applicant has demonstrated that there is a lack of Optus coverage in the area and that this would address that lack of coverage. But the people that would most benefit from the receipt of that coverage have opposed that proposal, and significantly there are going to be some visual impacts to people that we believe are unable to be overcome through the design of the proposal. So although yes, it does, telecommunications facilities are supported by the planning scheme, at the same time the planning scheme does talk about having to address impacts on visual amenity, and in our view this has not been addressed and the community support has not been demonstrated.
Thank you. This brings up, for me, a bit of a conflict, and I suppose it raises the question around where do we go in terms of what's more important here, visual amenity or having a community that can actually have connectivity, and maybe we just look at if there's an emergency within a certain location. And a question I ask this chamber is, would we be in a position of liability if we're not supporting improving coverage for a lot of these residents in this area? And where does that put us as council? Many years ago in Division 2 in Caloundra, and the former councillor was absolutely hauled over the coals for a tower that was to be constructed in the Moffat Beach Industrial Estate. Now, there was a huge amount of community backlash, on-site resident meetings, a couple of hundred people attending, voicing their objection to this tower. And since then, we've had another tower obviously installed on Nicolin Way at Curramundi. obviously I respect the provider of that infrastructure. They painted that tower to try and, so it's not, you know, too of an imposing figure, and they are an imposing figure, and I totally agree. In a rural setting, for this tower to be, if you're looking out your kitchen window and, you know, looking at a tower that's obstructing your view, but for me, I just raise that question, where do we stand as council if it was proven that a resident had lack of coverage in a critical need where they were trying to call emergency services, and we haven't supported this application?
Councillor, was that a question?
Well, sorry, my apologies. I don't know if it's a question for this council, well, who could answer that? And maybe we can take that on notice. I'm just making that assumption today. Is it okay, I'll just speak to the officer's recommendation? Thank you. I've got a pretty good history.
Okay. I was just wondering, was the first part a question and now you're speaking too? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor.
I'll take my question or my assumption on notice.
The question on notice, and now you'll speak to the motion, to the recommendation. Thank you.
It's very rarely that I go against an officer's recommendation in this council. I think over 5 years, probably less than a number of times on my hand. But today, I cannot support this officer's recommendation. I think as the councillor for the economic development and in regards to our smart cities and the work that we're doing around improving connectivity across the Sunshine Coast as a region, we have a huge amount of challenges ahead of us. And I'm sure issues like this are going to come up and be front and centre in the release of the draft for our new planning scheme, and how we start to have conversations around critical infrastructure that needs to be delivered, especially in rural settings, to improve one's livability and connectivity. So today I won't be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question perhaps for Stephen Patey about the proposed planning scheme and the provision for telecommunications infrastructure in the new planning scheme. We have recognise that there's new technology coming about for mobile connectivity, requiring different infrastructure because the bandwidth doesn't spread as far as it used to. I'd just like to understand, with the new planning scheme, have we considered that new technology and the requirement for more towers?
Okay, Mr Patey.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, in large part, the provisions that operate in the proposed planning scheme are similar to those in the current scheme. There has been some adjustments and revisions to take account of feedback provided by both providers and the community in terms of how the current scheme operates. Largely here we're talking about telecommunication towers, so these are freestanding towers. There's a whole lot of telecommunications infrastructure that's effectively exempted from the planning scheme under the low impact determination that's provided by the Commonwealth, and that was recently expanded to include more types of facilities. So generally we don't have those coming to council, but a lot of those smaller type arrays will be accommodated in that way. So the network, it's only really these larger towers, these bigger facilities that get drawn into a planning scheme assessment process, and then we get the balancing which is being discussed here.
Thank you, Mr Patey. I'm pleased to hear that the telecommunications providers have been talking with council about the proposed planning scheme. I do agree with Councillor Landsberg that telecommunications, particularly in times of crisis or disaster, is critically important. However, this spot was not identified as a black spot, so there are telecommunications, it's just perhaps not with this particular provider. So in that regard, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation. It's a shame that I haven't heard from Councillor Johnston before I rose to speak, but I agree that telecommunications is something that our community are going to have to understand is critical as we experience more and more frequent disasters, but the appropriate type of telecommunications infrastructure is what's needed to be implemented within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. And just so everyone's aware, we have a very good system of the when the lights go on, that's who speaks next in that order. And next is Councillor Broderick before we hear from the local councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just following on from what everybody else has been saying, and a really quick question. This application is for Optus. Are there already other suppliers in that area? And did we get any feedback from the submitters that they were content with that service that they were already receiving?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the facility that's proposed has secured Optus. The actual applicant is a neutral host. Wavecon build these facilities and then the carriers come to them. So they've secured Optus for this facility. So Optus hasn't made the application, but they have secured Optus as a carrier for this particular facility. It has been designed to accommodate at least one other carrier on it, to co-locate on it. We didn't receive many submissions in support, as stated in the presentation. And I think the main issues raised by the submitters is not so much that they don't want a service to be provided, it's about the location of where this could be put in the Woombye region. So although this proposal, raises significant concerns on visual amenity, it's not perhaps the only site where a tower could be located. It is possible that a tower could be located on a different site which would have fewer impacts and that may be supportable. It's just that this is the only site that the proponent has been able to secure for the purposes of making an application.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just answered my last question anyway in that, so thank you, Katrina. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Katrina, for this report. I'm supportive of the planner's report, not just because so many people in the Woombye area have opposed this facility. I would like everybody to understand that whilst this might be on a parcel of land which is zoned rural, it is right abutting the township and the residences in the township of Woombye. There was an earlier application by, I believe, this applicant for a tower which was some 10 metres taller in height, and they could see how much community concern there was about that. It would have been seen from pretty well all over Woombye. And they withdrew that application. They put this one in for a tower some 10 metres shorter. Optus are the people who would use this tower. There is adequate coverage for Telstra through this whole area, so there's not many Optus users that are in that particular area because they use Telstra. And the thing about it is that we're talking about approving or not approving an application for a tower, not because there's no coverage in the area, but because there's no coverage in a particular location for one or two minor operators. And if this was located in a more rural area, there wouldn't be the same level of objection, and I would be probably supportive of it. But the reality of the situation is that the community is not supportive of this. In fact, they're strongly of the opinion that it shouldn't be in this particular location. They're not saying they shouldn't have approval for a tower, but they're saying not in this particular location. So it's a shame that they haven't been able to add on to the Telstra tower. And I thought that the government had passed legislation that said that Telstra had to provide the ability for other users to use their towers. But I'm going to support the community on this, and just from a common sense point of view, I am going to vote in favour of the recommendation. I thank the officers for their very sensible, I believe, recommendation. And I also thank the community for the hard work that they did in just making everybody aware. And as soon as people in that community became aware, they supported a refusal. So, you know, I'm happy to answer any other questions if anybody's got any, but I just honestly can't see why it should be approved in this particular location.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, and thank you, Councillor Johnston, for your comments. It's good to be able to speak with the benefit of hearing you. I too share your concerns, and I'm very grateful that you're reflecting the sentiments of your community with respect to this application. I guess I've lived on both sides of the coin of good phone reception and bad phone reception, and having a communications tower located in close proximity to my home. So when I was living in Majimba, most people know that in Majimba, phone reception is incredibly patchy, and we're not talking about, you know, having Optus or Telstra. It was to the point where you literally had to have a home phone in North Beach Place if you wanted to be able to work from home. On the flip side, moving back home in Woombye, when I look out, you know, our bedroom window, we can see a communications tower in Warren Road. But I think the key difference is that it was buyer beware. You know, when I moved into Woombye, that communications tower had been there for a long, long time. People understood that it wasn't going anywhere on the basis that it had been there for a very long time. As long as I can remember as a kid, having grown up in Woombye and Coolum, it had been there. So when we look at this application and we look at the context of how close it is to the town centre, but also that it is in the rural zone and the impact that it has on visual amenity, I think when people move into these locations, there's an expectation that the character is upheld to the fullest extent possible. And we've heard very, very clearly from the officers in this report that there's two things that really stand out to me. The application has not demonstrated that there is an overriding need in the community interest, and we've heard from Councillor Johnston why. There is not an absence of phone coverage. There is some phone coverage. It's just not for one particular provider. And the other aspect that stands out to me is that the proposed development cannot be conditioned to comply with the assessment benchmarks under the planning scheme. So from my perspective, it's relatively straightforward. Understand why they'd want to have a phone tower here from an Optus perspective, but people, when they move into rural areas, understand the challenges of phone reception and vote with their feet in terms of carrier, and they vote with their feet in terms of why they choose to live in places like this rural zone. So I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation today and Councillor Johnston's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you first to Katrina. Could you just describe the Telstra small cell facility that is on High Street?
Madam Mayor, it's on a pole. It's near the golf club. Sorry, not the golf club, the bowls club. Yeah. It's on like a power pole, and it's just there's some like small antennas mounted to it. That's the best way I can describe it. Yeah.
No, thank you. Obviously, if you drive past it, you don't even notice it. And that's the important thing. I live 2.5 kilometres away, and I'm a Telstra customer, and I have no problems receiving coverage. In fact, I'm very happy with the coverage that I get from Telstra. Telstra obviously made a decision to put a small cell facility in Woombye because it needed to service its customers. Optus, to this date, has ignored the need of its customers and sat back and let customers who've had probably less coverage than what Telstra has, but it could have also gone and put a small cell facility in Woombye if it really chose to do that. Wavecom Operations is not Optus. It is a development company that just basically provides infrastructure for these telecommunication companies. No different than Walker's building this building here. They need customers to fill the floors And when they build them, they may be able to get new customers they've obviously been able to secure. Most developers don't build until they've secured a major tenant. And in their case, that's exactly what's happening now. Wavecom is about making money, not about what the community wants, not about the impact on the local amenity, have no concern about what it does to the character and feel and amenity of Woombye. It's about profits, shareholders, and its board. That's what it's about. Telstra have made that decision to support its customers by understanding that and put in its own facility. Optus can do exactly the same. Doesn't need Wavecom to do it for them. They can go and put a small cell in Woombye and service the customers that have been badly serviced by them to this date. So I certainly support the work of the officers. Thank you for putting a really well-balanced report to Council and coming to the conclusion that this is really more about profits rather than coverage.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. We'll be speaking in support of the motion today and Councillor Winston and the other comments we've heard, but would like to emphasise some of those points made around coverage that we've heard, and that along the railway towns and along the coast coverage is extremely good. But telecommunications is the responsibility, and coverage of telecommunications is the responsibility of the federal government. And I've had many conversations attempting to improve the coverage in the rural areas on the other side of the Blackall Range. And let me tell you, we are crying out for telecommunication infrastructure places where there really isn't any, particularly after 3G was switched off. And there are people who, never mind in an emergency, cannot make contact today, every day, on a normal day, without an emergency. And that's since the 3G network has gone. So let's do the right thing, support this recommendation from the development staff, and let's also make that call out around providing good coverage in the rural areas where there is none since 3G was turned off. There are also places up on the Blackall Range where you've got cable connection, the old-fashioned copper cable going along a street, and people still cannot even get connected with that. They have no coverage whatsoever, and all they've been advised to do is to get Starlink. That's not really a choice, that's just an instruction if you want to have a service in your home. So there are a lot of inequities, but the good people of Woombye, I think, have reasonable, if not good service, and they have clearly told us they don't want this tower in their town. So let's work on helping the planning scheme help the telecommunication companies in the places where there's none. Thank you, and I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Thank you. We've heard a lot of discussion about supporting our community here this morning. I will now put the motion to the vote, noting... Oh, would you like to close, Councillor Johnston, before I do that?
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Please do.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to congratulate both Councillor Natoli and Councillor Law on the points that they brought forward. They brought those forward during discussions last Monday week, and I didn't cover those because they have a better understanding of those particular issues than I do. But I would just say the point that really has come out is that it's not as though this is a dead area where you can't get communications. Right? This is a tower that's been built by, wants to be built by a company who wants to make profits out of selling the ability to use their tower. It's for minor users. Well, I suppose Optus is not really a minor user, but you know, as Councillor Natoli has said, there are all other alternatives that can be utilised, and I'd just like to ask all councillors to please understand that this is not about providing coverage to an area where there is no coverage. This is only about providing coverage for some users of some services who, if they live in those areas, are either using Starlink or Telstra now. So we're not saying that they won't have connectivity. So I thank all councillors for their questions. I'd also like to thank those that have made points supporting the resolution or the recommendation, and I'd ask you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, and sorry again for almost cutting you off there. Okay, so I'll now put the motion to the vote, noting that the motion is for refusal of the application. So, all those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Burns, Natoli, Johnston, Dixon, Hungerford, Bunag, Suarez and Law. And the Mayor, yes. And those against? Councillor Landsberg. The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, team. We move now to item 8.2, and Mr Cornell is here to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, councillors. The application before you today is an application for a material change of use for a food and drink outlet, short-term accommodation and multiple dwelling units in David Low Way and Menzies Drive in Pacific Paradise. The site's located in the Pacific Paradise Local Centre, a few kilometres south of the Sunshine Coast Airport, and the site is developed with the North Shore Tavern and the associated car parking on the eastern part of the site zone local centre. On the western side of the site is Sport and Recreation Zone, which is developed with the North Shore Bowls Club and the bowling greens that remain but are currently not operating. To the west of the site on Lerner Street is single-storey dwellings. On the north is the North Shore Village Shopping Centre and Pacific Paradise Primary School. To the east is the commercial tenancies along Tamari Street with 1- and 3-storey development. And to the south is the existing car wash and service station. Upon lodgement of the application in 2023, the development proposed 127 multiple dwelling units, 65 short-term accommodation units and 170 square metres of food and drink outlet. The building heights were proposed to range from 12 metres at the western end towards Lerner Street up to 22.65 metres for the short-term accommodation building on the corner of Tamari and Menzies. In February 2025, the applicant changed the application, reducing the yield and the building height from 85 multiple dwelling units and 39 short-term accommodation buildings, and ranging in height from 10.38 metres up to 15.91. As mentioned, the development retains the existing tavern building and adds 4 buildings, being Building A on the top of page, which is 10.38 metres. Building B with multiple dwelling units fronting Menzies Drive on the centre right of page at 14.22 metres. Building C has multiple dwelling units on the southern boundary fronting the car wash and the service station, and that's 14.86 metres. And the short-term accommodation building with food and drink at the corner of Menzies and Tamari. The images of the development show the original and the current proposal, and these are the ones that are seen from Lerner Street and from David Low Way, which has reduced, but does remain over height in consideration of the nominated building height in the planning scheme. So through the process, additional architectural refinements have been made, including a reorientation of the short-term accommodation building fronting Tamari Street in lieu of Menzies Drive. These are some of the 3D images that have been prepared by Council from their model and show on the left of screen Building B in the foreground and Building A in the background from David Low Way and Lerner Street. And on the right of screen is Building A in the foreground and Building B in the background from Menzies Drive and Lerner Street. The application was publicly notified for 15 business days in November and December 2023 in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. A total of 69 submissions were received, of which 66 opposed the development and 3 were in support. And note the comments identified in the slide. So the key assessment components come down to the land use and the building height. And in the local centre zone, all proposed uses are consistent uses. However, the food and drink outlet and multiple dwelling units are potentially consistent and inconsistent uses, respectively, in the sport and recreation zone. A potentially consistent use may occur in the sport and rec zone through an assessment that identifies the use is appropriate in the zone, considering its location, nature, scale and intensity. An inconsistent use is not intended to occur in the sport and rec zone and does result in a conflict with the planning scheme. The Sport and Recreation Zone land has historically been used for the North Shore Pacific Paradise Bowls Club. However, the club ceased operations in 2019 and the owners are understood to have attempted to have tenants occupy the building for sport and recreation purposes, but have remained unused until today. The Gem Life development at the ends of Menzies Drive has recently been constructed, and that has a range of sport and recreation facilities on site for their residents, which include a champion-size, floodlit and covered bowling green, meaning some demand for privately owned sport and recreation facilities decreased in the area. In regard to building height, the development is over the nominated height in the overlay code of 8.5 and 12 metres respectively, meaning that the development exceeds the building height by 1.88 metres fronting Lerner Street and up to 6.36 metres for building C, which backs onto the service station and car wash building. But that backs onto sites that allow for 12 metres in height, such that the impact or the potential impact is 3.36 metres. Considering the overall outcomes of the overlay code, consideration must be given to the building appearance, the reasonable expectations of the community, amenity impacts and visual impacts. So Council Senior Architect has found that the design is high quality, uses attractive materials and detailing, and has a lightness in built form. Buildings B and C are a level higher in height, however these buildings are located centrally on the site. And from the south, the built form does not have a detrimental impact to the service station, and the height gradually increases from Lerner Street towards the local centre zone. Improvements do need to be made to the design of the building, including improvements to the blank wall on the Building A south facade, the awning height being raised along Tamari Street to improve appearance and outlook, and also additional windows to the south facade of Building A. In regards to the reasonable expectations of the community, a total of 69 submissions were received, with 44 or 64% of those objecting to concerns regarding building height, and therefore it's considered that proposed development may not be consistent with the reasonable expectations of the community. Regarding overshadowing, our 3D modelling identifies that the surrounding properties on Lerner Street are not affected by shadows cast by the proposed building during the periods between 8 and 2:50 p.m, and therefore it's considered the impacts of shadows is not unreasonable. Further, the location of the site and distance from the development to neighbouring properties minimises overlooking impacts. In regards to visual impacts, the 3D modelling shows that any views of the development would be negligible from Mount Coolum, North Shore Connection Road ramp and beyond the site. However, the development does conflict with the current scheme, given the height of the building doesn't comply with the height of buildings and structures overlay code, as the building exceeds those specified height limits and could be considered to not meet the reasonable expectations of the local community. And therefore, the application does require consideration against the other relevant matters to consider whether there are matters in favour or opposed to the development. In our opinion, there are several matters that are in favour of the development, which include the design of the building is high quality with appropriate landscaping. The site is privately owned, and has not been able to be reused for sport and recreation purposes since 2019. The site is unique in the context, adjoining a local centre zone and doesn't directly adjoin residential development. There are limited opportunities for this form of residential development in the current centre zone, and short-term accommodation is located in close proximity to the Sunshine Coast Airport. The development does offer a good mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom units, adding to housing affordability, and the site is ideally suited for the proposal of the type intended, noting the requirement for urban services. Conversely, the matters that may warrant refusal include the use will result in a reduction in usable sport and recreation zone land, and the building heights exceed that nominated in the planning scheme. On balance, the development complies with the majority of the planning scheme, with the exception of those matters in regards to use and height. And in this circumstance, and in our opinion, the matters that warrant refusal are not as compelling as those that warrant approval of the development. And on that basis, the development is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Councillor Bunag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move the following motion. That Council A receive and note the report titled Development Permit for Material Change of Use of Premises to Establish a Food and Drink Outlet, Short-Term Accommodation and Multiple Dwellings 698 706 David Low Way and 1113 Menzies Drive, Pacific Paradise. And B, refuse application number MCU 23/0238 for a development permit for material change of use premises to establish a food and drink outlet, short-term accommodation, multiple dwellings situated at 698 706 David Low Way and 1113 Menzies Drive, Pacific Paradise for the following reasons. 1. The proposed development conflicts with the following provisions of the strategic framework in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014. In particular, Section 3.8, Community Identity, Character and Social Inclusion. A. 3.81, Strategic Outcome, subsection M. Because of the loss of community open space will not meet the identity, character and social inclusion needs of the local or wider community because 1. the proposed development will not protect the existing community sport and recreation facility on the site. 2, it involves using sport and recreation zone land for non-sport and recreation uses. 3, the non-sport and recreation uses are for residential units. 4, it will restrict the future use of the site for a community facility / recreation purpose. And 5, it does not demonstrate that the current sport and recreation land that will be lost as a result of the proposed development can be relocated elsewhere within the locality. B, Section 3.83, Element 2, Subtropical Character and Locally Responsive Design, Specific Outcome C6. Because the proposed development contributes to an urban design outcome that results in the loss of community open space and will not provide a healthy and safe environment that supports community activity, participation and healthy lifestyles. C, Section 383, Element 2, Subtropical Character and Locally Responsive Design, Specific Outcome D. The proposed height of the buildings does not recognise the distinctive character and amenity of the Sunshine Coast as a place with predominantly low, medium-rise built form. D, Section 386, Element 5, Open Space and Sport and Recreation Facilities, Specific Outcome A. The proposed development removes the sport and recreation facility that contributes to active living and the outdoor lifestyle enjoyed by residents and visitors to the Sunshine Coast. 2, the proposed development conflicts with the following provisions of the Sport and Recreation Zone Code in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014, in particular. A, Overall Outcome 2H, as it does not protect sport and recreation zoned land from the intrusion of incompatible land uses that may compromise or conflict with the primary use of the sport and recreation open space. B, Overall Outcome 2J, as the scale, intensity and built form of development is not compatible with the existing and intended scale and character of the surrounding area. C, Overall Outcome 2M, as the development does not protect and enhance the open space, character and amenity of the sport and recreation area. 3, the proposed development conflicts with the following provisions of the Height of Buildings and Structures Overlay Code in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014. In particular, A, Overall Outcome 2A and Performance Outcome 1A, as the development provides for the height of buildings and structures that does not comply with specified height limits. B, Overall Outcome 2C, the proposed height of buildings and structures is not consistent with the reasonable expectations of the local community. 4, further to paragraphs 1 to 3 above, to the extent that the development application conflicts with the planning scheme, there are no sufficient grounds to justify the approval of the development application despite the conflict. 5, there are no discretionary matters which warrant approval of the proposed development.
Thank you, Councillor Banag. We have a motion before us. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnston. Okay. Councillor Banag.
Turned myself off. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd like to just start by putting on the record that in April last year I declared a declarable conflict of interest with respect to this matter and that this council dealt with that at that appropriate time. But I feel my relationships within the community and my relationships with councillors, from a transparency perspective, that should be noted and recognised. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the work that has been done by the planning officers for their assessment of this work. I understand that this has been a finely balanced application and there are considerations with respect to refusal and approval. But when considering the officer report, there are 2 key issues for council to consider with respect to this application: height and zoning. On the North Shore, there are serious planning issues that have been raised for decades with respect to height and zoning, and that's why this application should be refused today. On the issue of zoning, the assessment report makes it clear that residential accommodation in the sport and recreation zone is an inconsistent use under the current planning scheme. The Pacific Paradise Bowls Club was in operation for over 50 years. This area has always been used for sport and recreation, right up until the closure of the Bowls Club in late 2019. There will undoubtedly be an argument that the winding up of the Bowls Club brings about the change in zoning, but from my perspective, this is simplistic and, in my view, wrong to suggest that sport and recreation as this site is zoned starts and finishes with a bowls club. The former bowls club site was and continues to remain, according to the community, positioned as the recreational heart of Pacific Paradise, and that sentiment has not left residents in the community, as you can see by the submissions. On the issue of height, the proposal is clearly inconsistent with the planning scheme and height overlays. There is not one of the 4 buildings on this site that is proposed to be consistent with the height overlays under this planning scheme or the planning scheme being currently considered for community consultation, including the generous 3-storey or 12-metre height allowance in the local centre zone area portion of this block. While we are required to consider each application in isolation and the particular circumstances of the site, I have seen firsthand, from my perspective, the incremental chipping away at various aspects of our planning scheme. One example is respect to floodplain development north of the Maroochy River. Apparently, it doesn't set a precedent, but the question is often asked of me, if you've let it occur in one place, then why shouldn't you let it occur in another? My experience to date tells me that the same applies for height. Anyone who knows this area well understands that there are no buildings above the 12-metre height allowance in Pacific Paradise, and it's for good reason. The current planning scheme with respect to the settlement pattern states, quote, where urban consolidation occurs, it is comparable with and sympathetic to the preferred character of the local area, end quote. Pacific Paradise has consistently been a low-rise coastal village character, and the planning directions from the community have consistently reflected that. So when you consider those two inconsistencies with the planning scheme, as Mr Cornell has said, we are required to consider other relevant matters that may warrant approval. And I acknowledge that there are some. But from my perspective and what I've heard from the community, a refusal is justified, and the exercise of that discretion involves a balancing act of matters that have been considered. One of the relevant matters that's considered in the assessment report was the need for housing and the application responding favourably to the outcomes of the Shaping South East Queensland plan. In this instance, the applicant has relied on an economic impact report which was prepared in June 2023 that identifies a shortfall of 179 short-term accommodation rooms and also 565 residential dwellings by the same time. However, the economic analysis has not been updated since that time and fails to consider the approvals and projects that have been either built or approved since that time, and they include 450 homes at Twin Waters West, 22 affordable homes by a council in Marcoola, the Sunshine Coast Airport Priority Development Area Plan, which includes a provision for a hotel of up to 10 stories in height, which includes one overnight transfer airport hotel of a maximum of 250 rooms and a tourist hotel of 300 rooms. Residential zoning changes that are reflected in the current planning scheme for consultation at the moment throughout Pacific Paradise and parts of Majimba, which result in a modest increase in density from low rise to low to medium rise. And Madam Mayor, I might require an extension of time.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just about to ask Councillor Johnston, Councillor Law, all those in favour? That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Dixon. That's carried unanimously. Please continue, Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the basis that if the economic analysis had been refreshed, it is evident that the need for housing and accommodation would still be there, whether it's in Pacific Paradise or across the region. But the situation described in the report is far less perilous than one would make out, and in my view, outweighs the real and obvious consistencies within the planning scheme. It does not outweigh the obvious and real inconsistencies within the planning scheme. And at this point, I should stress, there will always be a need for housing or more housing on the Sunshine Coast, but the question that we have to ask is whether the gap in supply and demand in the Pacific Paradise area and surrounds outweighs, and it means that we should ignore the planning scheme provisions with respect to height and zoning. From my perspective, the question also needs to be asked not just about housing and supply, but the supply of sport and recreation land. And the question that has been asked and considered in other cases similar to this, does the Sunshine Coast as a region no longer require this site for any sport and recreation use? And from my perspective, the answer is we absolutely do. On the new planning scheme, there are some gentle density changes from low residential to low to medium residential throughout Pacific Paradise, and I acknowledge that the assessment report was unable to consider any of those, given the fact that it remained confidential until such time as the community consultation on the planning scheme was rolled out. However, it's important to remember that the state interest review has been completed with respect to the new planning scheme. Within that review, we can have some confidence, we would hope, that the state government is confident that we have met the planning requirements and the directions in terms of housing targets that has been set by us by the changes that we have proposed. And it is very, very evident when you look at the swipe tool that is on Council's website, and I'd recommend you go and have a look, about the changes that are reflected in Pacific Paradise. And without approving this development application, Pacific Paradise and the North Shore will be carrying its weight with respect to what is coming in the new town plan. A further consideration in the assessment report relates to, quote, leveraging existing and planned infrastructure, end quote. In particular, the detailed assessment report refers to the proximity of this development to the Cam Coast Corridor. In March this year, the state government announced that they would be building the Wave Metro to Sunshine Coast Airport. And while we look forward to understanding more about this proposal in detail, no one has been able to identify to me the location of where the Wave will terminate at the Sunshine Coast Airport. Therefore, to suggest that this development is supported by or leverages enhanced public transport connectivity defies the geography of the North Shore. The advice I've been given in writing is that a walk-up catchment distance for infill around public transport land use is between 400 and 800 metres. While this development is located much further than that from any realistic station where the Wave or any form of public transport will terminate at the airport. Therefore, on balance, this is not a matter to justify non-conformity with the planning scheme, and in fact highlights the unsuitability of this proposal in terms of proximity to meaningful public transport infrastructure. In closing, colleagues, there are a range of issues that have been raised by the submission makers that go beyond height and zoning. From my perspective, I have focused my attention on those things because they're the things that have really mattered to people when they have made their submissions. I've often reminded myself that you can't get confused with the depth of feeling as opposed to the breadth of feeling on an issue. But when I have listened and heard people in Pacific Paradise and surrounds, they have told me very clearly that their expectations are to uphold the planning scheme when it comes to height and when it comes to zoning, and that's why I've presented this motion for your consideration today. I look forward to the discussion and answering any questions you have.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple of questions, if I may, first. Mr Cornell, just in regards to the, I suppose, the expansion of the Coolum Industrial Estate further north, have we got a timeline on when those works are completed and the size of that area that is still under construction? And obviously, just wanting to understand the number of workforce employees in that location that we would have to obviously deliver for in the future.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The area to the north of the Quandah Road Industrial Estate is currently being expanded at the moment, so they're currently undertaking the operational works in order to actually deliver the lots that will eventually become further industrial land. We expect, my understanding is that they're expecting to try and get those to market early next year.
And so with talking about the discussion in regards to height, could you give us a little bit of history around the heights of Marcoola, just to the north of Pacific Paradise, please? And obviously those existing heights there now.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are a number of sites that are typically along the beachfront in Marcoola itself. They are historic and prior to both this planning scheme and prior planning schemes, and have been in place for approximately 25 years. Generally, they're about anywhere between 4 and 6 stories. There's been one recent development that was approved on the very northern tip that came about as a result of the change to the runway realignment.
And with, in regards to the number of dwellings in regards to, and we've just released our draft of the planning scheme for public consultation, what's the strategic intent for the areas of Pacific Paradise and specifically around the Sunshine Coast International Airport?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as Councillor Barnag mentioned, some of the sites are intended to be rezoned from low-density residential to low-medium residential zone. What that means is that it may allow for 300 square metre lots, or it may allow for multiple dwelling units that would be between 25 and 50 dwellings per hectare. So that section is largely in and around this particular site, around the centre itself, and so expands a little bit out towards Menzies Drive and also a little bit to the south as well.
And with obviously the concept of the building was put up on the monitor there, does, in regards to amenity and view lines, is there many houses surrounding properties that would be impacted by the view lines of this buildings?
Through you, Madam Mayor, due to the height of this particular location, there would be no impacts on views for existing properties, noting that there are no intended changes to heights for that particular area under the proposed planning scheme. It's unlikely that there would be. A review of the views and vistas from further out identify that the heights as proposed would largely be unnoticeable from any further sites, such as the North Shore Connection Ramp, Sunshine Motorway, and would largely be inconsequential from Mount Coolum.
Thank you. And considering the use of the land currently, it's zoned sport and rec, and it has been unused for a period of, I believe, 6 years, have we, as councils, in terms of the environment livability strategy, and obviously where we're looking nearby for that other alternative use of sport and rec, we purchased, I believe, an expansive lot of land on Godfrey Road. So is that part of council's intent to look at offering that alternative sport and rec use in that location?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the environment livability strategy identifies an intent for 5 hectares per every 1,000 people, and that talks about publicly accessible. The difference with this particular site is that by being privately owned is not considered to be publicly accessible, albeit that people may go there where they're either a member, depending on what eventual sport and recreation use may occur on that site, if it does.
So, nearly finished, Madam Mayor. So being a privately owned property, what other purposes in terms of sport and rec could we see in terms of the use of that land?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are a number of consistent uses in the sport and recreation zone, which include club, which is similar to what the site is currently being used for, markets, outdoor sport and recreation, indoor sport and recreation, so that could be a bowling alley, a gymnasium, squash courts, tennis courts, pickleball, those sorts of activities. And there are a number of other potentially consistent uses, which includes food and drink outlet, function facility, and short-term accommodation, which would all be impact accessible.
Thank you. No further questions, and I'll summarise after we hear from my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the council officers, I'd like to thank them for their recommendation, even though I don't agree with it. I just want to ask a few questions in relation to the taller buildings that are likely to go at the airport and the taller buildings that are on the eastern side of the David Lowe Way, further to the north. Are they surrounded by, on any side, by residences? Just, single dwellings?
Through you, Madam Mayor, probably one of the sites along that Marcoola stretch does back onto other multiple dwelling units, albeit at a much lower scale. So typically they're single and 2-storey dwelling units that are on the corner. In terms of the Sunshine Coast Airport, no, there are no other residential uses surrounding those sites that are intended to be 10-storey.
Now, it's been mentioned to me that where Surf Air and those other buildings are, to the north of this site, that was actually a state decision to put those there. Is that true?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do understand that to be true, yes.
Right, thank you. I'm old enough to remember it being built. and what was discussed at that stage. And in fact, Pacific Paradise was an area that used to flood significantly, and Councillor Landsberg would know that because he actually lived there in the flood zone. But the drainage has improved significantly over the years, and it's not as significant a problem these days. However, I'll speak to the motion and say that I'm not just speaking to this motion because I want to support Councillor Bunnag. I'm speaking to the motion because both Councillor Dixon and myself, as the portfolio councillors responsible for some of these things, we met with council officers and Councillor Bunnag and had a general discussion in relation to the whole thing, the application. And I came away from there thinking to myself that, you know, this is a problem. If we approve this, Councillor Hungerford always talks about precedent, and will it create precedent? Now, the reality of the situation is that even in the proposed new town plan, the portion on which buildings A, B and C are proposed to be built is still sport and recreation. Is that correct?
The proposed planning scheme identifies this site to retain its sport and recreation zone as well as the height.
Right. Now, I can understand to a degree maybe some of the developer's decisions in relation to putting this application in, this amended application in. And the reason I say that is because we've had a couple of letters from people who were involved in the discussions at the time who intimate that council officers or a councillor, I'm not sure which, actually indicated that there would be a change in the new town plan to change this sport and recreation area to the same as the other areas to the east. And I've questioned council officers about that, and they say that, well, they know nothing about that. All right, so I'm assuming that there may have been some assumptions made. However, saying that, the reality of the situation is if we approve this, we're approving the construction of 3 buildings in a sport and recreation zone area with an 8.5 metre height limit, one building, Building A, which will be 10.3 metres, which is 10.4 metres, which is almost 2 metres higher than the height limit. Building B, 14.22 metres, which is, 5.5 metres plus above, 5.5 metres plus above the height limit. And Building C, 14.86 metres, which is almost double the height limit in that particular zoning. And then the short-term accommodation at 15.91 metres in a 12-metre zone is almost 4 metres higher than the zoning. And, it worries me that this is not just a minor increase in height that we can overlook, like, half a metre or something or other. It worries me that we're talking about significant increases in the height limits for those 2 areas of land that are zoned at 8.5 metres or 12 metres. And to the west of this site, they're all single unit dwellings, or maybe some duplexes, but they're all subject to an 8.5 metre height limit. And, I just worry about where do we go from here? If we were to approve the total waiving of height limits to this degree, what sort of precedent is that creating? What's going to happen in other areas where we get applications for significantly higher buildings than is in the town plan? We have those height limits for a reason. They're not just arbitrary. They're for a reason. And for that reason, I don't agree with the planning report, I'm sorry to say. And I will be supporting Councillor Bunnag's motion, and I would hope that many other councillors do also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a slightly different point of view. Obviously, sports and rec zoning, and I commend the councillor for fighting to try and preserve the character of his local area, preserve, that sports and rec, and it's meritorious that he's taken up that fight for his community. But we are councillors for the whole region, and we have to understand the importance of both housing, homeless issue that we're facing here. The first question of the 48th Parliament in Canberra yesterday was about housing. The state government has made it very clear that housing is one of its #1 priorities. We as a local government, even though it's not our responsibility to get into housing, we've made land available and we've built affordable housing, as Councillor Banang said. But the fact is that our role is to make sure the supply of housing can be out there. And I am of the belief and understanding that this developer will be ready to develop this site if they get an approval almost immediately. Murphy Builders, that got an approval for a development site on the corner of Minderee Crescent and Brisbane Road 4 years ago, don't even look like they're ready to go. And there's multiple units there. And the biggest issue for us is about making sure that we can provide the supply of housing where it's possibly going to happen. And this morning I was at the Bendigo Bank. The economic analyst, national analyst for that bank was there and presented 2.5% unemployment for the Sunshine Coast. And the biggest problem, he said, is getting people to come to this region, that we need skilled workers. And you can't bring them here if you don't have accommodation for them. We also went out with a hotel incentive policy saying that we want more hotel rooms, and we've got the opportunity to provide this near our airport. There are one-bedroom units which are really important for women 50 and over, because that's the type of accommodation that they can't get at the moment, and this development is prepared to provide that for them. So we talk about sports and rec. I was involved when Wisers Road, the AFL, were wound up. The Maroochy were wound up, the seniors, because they couldn't pay their tax bill. And we ended up buying land out at Fisherman's Road, and we built probably the best AFL and netball regional facility in Queensland. But that was sports and rec. And now we have an IGA and many other businesses providing employment and opportunities. We found additional land. Godfrey's Road, 134 hectares, 2.5 kilometres from this site. Sports and rec, it's ready to go. We're starting the feasibility study in the next financial year, and there's $57 million in the next 10-year capital works that's earmarked for that centre. That's where the future sports and rec. I was involved with building a North Shore sports precinct there. So that's only around the corner as well. When we talk about setting precedents, we understand that sometimes that we talk about planning schemes in the old days have been black and white, and they were. And government, state government brought in a performance-based planning scheme. And in my division, dual occupancies, especially in places like Buderim, the planning scheme specifies a minimum lot size of 800 square metres. So why was it appropriate to be able to approve lots on 530 square metres? Because of that performance-based planning scheme and the way that the codes work, they're able to justify being able to put dual occupancies on something that isn't. Now, the average person out there doesn't understand that, but it's a complex set of arrangements that we have to go through. At the moment, we've got a bowls club, 6 years that it hasn't been occupied, was vandalised 2 days ago. If that's the sort of thing that we want, if there was a need, we would have seen that facility running. The Woombye Bowls Club have just sold their management rights because they were at financial collapse. And whether they can survive, we saw the Swan Bowls Club and Anzac Parade, Richard RSL bought it and eventually sold it, and now there are units there. If this wasn't sports and rec, this particular development here would be appropriate, would be an appropriate development to have. And at a time of need, and when you consider what my division has to put up in terms of over 140 streets, 300 and...
Councillor Natoli, are you looking for an extension of time, or
Yes,
are you
please.
finishing up your extension of time? Councillors, someone to move for an extension of time? Councillor Bunnag, and seconded Councillor Landsberg. Councillors, put the the motion to the vote, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
There are 392 changes that are increased height in my division in the new draft planning scheme. Many of them in residential streets. Parker Street goes from one part of Parker Street, 8.5 metres to 35 metres. Now we talk about doing the heavy lifting. My division is doing a massive lift when it comes to height increases and going into residential areas, streets where people bought their investment properties, their homes, having to give that up for the future growth. And when I look at this site, as meritorious as the claims for the local council, I look at the overall global pressure that we're under, and my division has to make the sacrificial part to be able to do the heavy lifting with so many changes. You know, we're talking about minimal increases in height compared to what's happening in my division. And yet the land is so expensive in my division. We pay the highest rates. We bring in more than 40% higher than Division 2 because the land is so expensive. It's based on land valuations. And we won't see the development capacity happen because of the constraints of the cost of development. Developers will go to where the land is cheaper. We have a developer that's ready to go with this site here. We'll provide housing, hotels, one-bedroom units. We talk about the need. We have a responsibility. We have our planners who believe that we should be approving this. We've got 134 hectares of future sports and recreation, 2.5 kilometres from this site. That's massive. I don't have any of that in my division. And yet the future population infill is going to be predominantly down that coastal corridor. So councillors, as sympathetic as I am in terms of the argument that Councillor Bonet, globally, I think we have a responsibility. We need to provide housing now. We need to solve the part of that problem with homelessness, people living in their cars with children. And if we procrastinate when we have that opportunity, I think the opportunity is now to support the officer's recommendation, support our community, support the need for housing. Otherwise, I don't want to hear this argument ever again in council that we don't have enough supply.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. If you could speak up just slightly.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and my apologies, I'm quite unwell working from home. I won't get into the emotion of this debate, but I will say one thing that hasn't been said. We're currently out with the planning scheme right now, and the planning scheme is setting the direction for the future. And I've seen a lot of comments from the community saying, why bother? Council will do whatever they want anyway. Why should we put in a submission? Council will make their own decision at the end of the day. Why should we invest our time? And this is probably a good example. We've got an application here today, which I think has been wonderfully assessed by Mark Cornell, by Mr. Cornell. He's done a fantastic job with the assessment. The issue is, this site partially says to the community sport and recreation zone. That's what the planning scheme says right now. And we have an opportunity for the community, it can be the broader community throughout the whole region, to provide feedback in relation to this site, in relation to what happens into the future. But the planning scheme right now is very firm about what it says. It guides and it shows residents what they can expect. And this is going to be a real test for us, Madam Mayor, because right now there are people looking at the planning scheme, wondering if they'll bother, wondering if council will listen to them. This is really important case right now. The council should uphold the town plan. The town plan is very clear about what the site can be used for. And we know that we've got a bit of a split zone here for the assessment because of the different local centre and sport and recreation zones. But let's wait and hear from the community on the planning scheme before we go looking to overrule it in this fashion. Again, I think the officers have worked with a fantastic assessment here. They changed the proposal with the applicant. They've provided what I think is a really great use in a local centre zone. I don't argue any of those points, Madam Mayor. My argument is clearly the planning scheme. Let's show the community that we can stand by it. Let's show them that their comments are worthwhile, and let's reassess this based on community feedback. For those reasons, I'll be supporting Councillor Bunnag today.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions to start with, Mr Cornell. The original application was much higher in height and the applicant revised the application to lower heights. However, the public submission period occurred when the application was at those higher heights, so those submissions are referring to the original application, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the public notification period was undertaken when the proposal was much higher, albeit the sentiment has been taken through in terms of the assessment of this lower proposal.
Okay, thank you. I do notice on Development I that there was one application made early in 2025 after the heights, I believe, had been reduced again, stating their feelings against the application. Did we as council, get any more feedback via email from the community about their sentiments toward the revised application?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was no formal consultation process. I understand that the applicant did do some additional work. However, from our perspective, we weren't in attendance, nor were we aware of that, and therefore I can't provide any validation of what that report provided by the applicant.
Thank you for that. I have a question perhaps for Councillor Bunnag. I know Councillor Bunnag's very instrumental in door knocking around his community. Councillor Bunnag, have you sought any feedback from the community on the revised application and the community sentiments on that?
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. With your indulgence, councillors, yes, I have. So, as part of the process, I thought it was really appropriate, given the scale of change that had happened with this application, to contact each of the submission makers. I emailed each of them and asked their feedback and provided a comparison between the original application and the application that is before council now, and sought their feedback very clearly. The feedback that I received from the people who were kind enough to respond by email to me was consistent. Their views hadn't changed with respect to height and the issues of zoning. There was one submitter who had changed their views, but it should be noted that that submitter did make aware to myself and other councillors of a conflict that may arise with that particular submitter. So, from community expectations from formal submissions, I went through that process, and that even included the applicant, and obviously his view had not changed. I also went door knocking. As a councillor, I feel it's really, really important to go and talk to people in the surrounding area. And when I say surrounding area, I don't just mean Lerner Street. I knocked on every door in Lerner Street. I knocked on every door in Menzies Drive. I knocked on every door in Richardson Street. I knocked on half of Calais Street. I knocked on half of Namba Street, and I knocked on half of Bandu Street. Bandu and Namba being a little bit further away and wouldn't actually have visual impact from that site. So that's over about 100 doors that I knocked on, and the feedback was, I've got it right in front of me, so I can read it out, and I'll be upfront. This is not, there's not 100% of people saying that they're opposed to this, but the overwhelming community consensus that was provided to me was on a range of issues around sport and recreation and zoning. So if I read out what people actually said, Jim said, not big on it, sport and recreation. Lachlan would prefer sport and recreation. Frank, absolutely terrible. Warren had no objections but wanted some lighting in Richardson Street. Meg and Joel, who live on Menzies Drive, said it's the community heart. Kathy, too much traffic, too much height. Lisa, don't think we need it. Alison, absolutely sucks. Jackson, better than it is now as an eyesore. Shane, putting nothing back into the area, not keen on this at all. So that's a sample of what people had to say. It's fair to say the last person I knocked on, her name was Annie, and she very colourfully said, you can stitch it where the proverbial is. So from my perspective, that was a good snapshot of the feedback, and I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Councillor Bonac. Okay. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I have a second question, and it's to do with the zoning and the sport and recreation purposes that are allocated to this site. In the report, it says the site is privately owned and has not been able to find a tenant to occupy the site for sport and recreation purposes. Now, I believe they did try and work with the Bowls Club to make it a successful venture. Did the applicant, or do you have any knowledge of the applicant approaching any other sport and recreation providers or users to make the site viable for sport and recreation purposes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I understand that, as you mentioned, that they did work with the Bowls Club to try and make it viable, weren't able to do so. I understand that they did seek advice from a real estate agent to actually see if there were any other interest. That's indicated that there hasn't been any further indication that a sport and recreation tenant was interested in taking over that building.
Okay, thank you. I may speak to it now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Bunag said the reason he's brought forward this alternative motion was for two reasons, height and zoning. We've heard from Councillor Johnston about height in the area, and we've heard from Councillor Natoli and Councillor Landsberg, particularly about growth and the requirement for housing, which no one negates. However, it's interesting that both Councillor Landsberg and Councillor Natoli are both advocating for more density, more housing in the area. When we look at the growth per division for the 2024 government local elections from 2020, both Division 2 and Division 4 had the smallest amount of growth, whereas other divisions, including Division 8, had a much higher percentage of growth. So I think that the northern communities and other communities, the hinterland communities, are actually carrying their weight in terms of increasing density and increasing housing for residents in the division, in each division, I should say. In terms of zoning, sport and recreation, I've stood in this council before and argued against development on privately owned sport and recreation land. And particularly Division 8, I know in Division 9 and in other divisions, there are more privately owned sport and recreation zoned land. Council can't carry the load itself, and there's been a lot of reference made to the Maroochy North sport and recreation land. That land is zoned, located in the Blue Heart, which is a flood storage area. It is not going to be easy to develop that land. It is not a blank canvas that we can just put whatever the hell we want on there, because we are going to have to carefully consider how and what we put on that land. There's a friend of mine who's an ex-military person who has moved into park, sport and recreation space, and he has worked with councils across Australia, and he lectures at a number of conferences as well. And he had this thing that I just saw the other day about adaptive management for public open space. Now we know, and Councillor Bunag said, that this site shouldn't start and end with a bowls club. So one of the concepts he lectured about was adaptive management for public open space. It is well known that formal playing membership has been declining for lawn bowls clubs over decades. However, when I meet with sport and recreation clubs across Division 9, I am constantly being asked for more space for football, rugby, tennis, netball, rowing. We've had applications from table tennis, pickleball, all of these sports with growing memberships. So sport and recreation land, whether it's in council's ownership or whether it's private ownership, is vitally important for our increasing population. So the reason I will be supporting Councillor Bunnag's alternative motion is because I strongly believe that we need to have sport and recreation in all of our divisions to grow for our growing population. And I'd also like to remind Councillor Natoli that once he voted against the Environment and Livability Strategy, simply because it was trying to allocate an appropriate amount of sport and recreation for the future growing population that could be delivered in the coastal corridor. I think that our council should definitely hold on to providing sport and recreation opportunities for our population across all divisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Johnston. A question?
Yep, because I've already spoken. My question is to Councillor Natoli, and I'm intrigued to know how he is so intimately knowledgeable about the development when he says that he knows for sure that it's about to start, and also about the vandalism from 2 days ago, etc. So it worries me that a councillor has that much knowledge without talking to the developer, and if they've talked to the developer, do they have a conflict of interest?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Natoli.
I think all of us have been communicated with Catherine O'Donnell, now former Catherine Hyman, who ran in that division. I know she's contacted Councillor Bonet. I know there's been a number of communications that have been between them. Same thing has happened with me. So I asked that question, about because I was interested because of the fact that Murphy Builders themselves have had an approval for 4 years and done nothing with it. And I was interested to know whether she was aware of whether they would be ready to be developing. And apparently there's some time constraints, some type of infrastructure agreement. I'm not familiar with that, but that would trigger them wanting to build this almost immediately. So that's where that information. I've never met, I don't even know who the developer is. I'm not interested in meeting them. But that's the feedback that I've had through a direct question that I put to her. And I did get feedback that the club was also vandalised 2 days ago from her.
Thank you, Councillor.
Natoli. My further concern is that...
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Why are you discussing a development application with one of the submitters when we're not supposed to? And is that a conflict of interest? It should be a declared one at least, I think.
Okay. We'll just pause for a moment here while we consider that. Okay. It is not a conflict of interest, is the advice that I've been given, Councillor Johnston.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Burns.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr Cornell and staff for bringing that through to us. And thank you, Councillor Bunnag, just for the alternative motion. Just a question, if I may, just to start with. Mr Cornell, just through the application, is there any indication through this application or from the developer that suggests this housing that would be on there, not the short-term accommodation, but the housing specifically, might be targeted at an affordable level? So for the purposes of affordable housing and that sort of thing, making it more available to people generally?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's been no indication in terms of either an affordable or social product. But probably from our perspective, the mix and diversity of housing being 1, 2 and 3 bedroom units provides different price points. It provides for different family groups, individuals, singles that might be looking to downsize from their current sites within the surrounding area. So that might be looking for that closer to services and the like.
Thank you for that, and acknowledging the Mayor is in conversation, but through her again. Just another question, Mr Connell. In regards to dealing with the applicant, I appreciate that from the original application to what is before us today, that there's been a reduction in building height. Was there any rationale given by the applicant as to why they would not be able to meet appropriate height levels as currently zoned in this centre area?
Madam Mayor, in terms of the modifications that they've made have been twofold. The first has been in regards to the actual design of the building and looking at potential impacts on nearby areas, noting that by reducing the building to the 10.3 towards Lerner Street, the difference in overshadowing towards a compliant building is quite negligible. So that was the first component. The second goes to the ability for them and the viability to actually undertake the project. If they were to drop a height, or basically a floor from the short-term accommodation, that would be 13 units or 13 short-term accommodation units that would be lost. And on the other two buildings on B and C would be a loss of approximately 25 units. So by doing that, obviously reduces the yield, while it might also reduce construction costs. Largely when you go from 3 to 4, there's not a great deal of additional infrastructure that's required in that build.
Thank you, Mr Cornell. Appreciate the extra info for that. Madam Mayor, for me, I'm actually generally in favour of actually infill development in well-located and situated areas, of which this is. I think it's actually going to be a requirement for us as a region to grow in an appropriate fashion, which actually protects our environmental corridors and actually recognises the limitations we have in land supply across the region. That being said, I do have deep struggles with this from the zoning perspectives. I know certainly for Division 3 in a coastal strip area that our sport and rec areas are really difficult to come by, and we need to work hard to protect them. I'm very concerned about that in regards to the application that's before us. I'm also concerned about, as Councillor Johnston's already highlighted, the significant overreach on height. Notwithstanding and appreciating the development constrictions that they are facing in terms of cost of development, I appreciate that. It's just a very difficult thing to acknowledge and suggest that we would have height overlays and then really clearly allow them to be usurped so greatly. So notwithstanding the well-located site that this is and the requirement and the need we have for short-term accommodation and a housing into the future, based on the zoning elements of it being sport and recreation, and the height elements, I'm not comfortable to support that. And again, listening to Councillor Bunnag and the response from his constituents in the immediate area, I will be supporting Councillor Bunnag's motion this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. A question, if I may. Mr Cornell, you mentioned that there was a over 50s resort nearby. Do you know which company that is, and is that being developed? Is it finished, or is it something that's just been approved?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the site's located at the end of Menzies Drive and is undertaken by GemLife. So they're the operators of that site. Originally, they had 212 homes. They've added another 187 onto the adjoining site. So it's quite a large site, which also goes to the facilities that they were able to provide. So that was fairly recently done, albeit the approval was some time ago. They've probably recently constructed that between 2015 and 2016. From my understanding, they're effectively finished now with that development and it has been bought out.
That's great. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So GemLife have provided in excess of 300 dwellings on that site with all the facilities that go with that. My understanding of GemLife is to be there, you have to be over 50 minimum, and you also have to be a resident there to be able to use any of the facilities, and their website talks very much to a gated, secure compound where everyone is, And if you're not a resident, you cannot access the site and use any of the facilities. So when I look at that and I consider this application, then I can see a lost opportunity of the developers of Gem Life seeing a community facility in the heart of the town not being used and standing empty, and they've gone ahead and built a recreation precinct in their development. But the catch is you've got to live there to be able to use it, so you have to be one of the 300 or so people who are living in that facility. What a sad reflection of our community that we need to have these secure compounds for people to live in with all of their facilities contained, and we're not actually supporting and exploring ideas of allowing that community to be full participants in the whole community. And they could have, they being Gem Life or whoever the developer was, might have looked at that opportunity of the bowls club and said, oh, we won't need to build a bowls club because look, here's one already. And perhaps they would need to have gone into partnership with the owners and made this successfully happen. So I find that an intriguing reflection of where our community is with these gated secure compounds where we live. That's a subject and a topic for another discussion. But it's relevant to this discussion because we've provided accommodation, as I said, over 300, but they're not participating in the same way as if that was 300 people living in the community, being supported by Gem Life or whoever the provider may be, but being supported by them to access what already exists in the community. The second thing that is really challenging for me is the need and the urgent need for housing. And we need houses like they're going out of fashion. And just up the road from this development, we've recently, in partnership with state government, provided 22 affordable homes. The second batch of those will be finished quite soon, I believe. Those affordable homes are being managed to be provided through Coaster Bay, less than usual market rate for our local community. Very important work to be done. This particular development won't be like that. It's a full profit-driven process. That's fine. But when you're building community, you need space for people to come together, socialise and play sport. This particular site is specifically designated for that recreation and sport opportunity. So I think to build community in this space, we need to protect the overall community space, albeit that it's private, and that means it's got to make a profit. One of the easiest profits at the moment is to build homes. But I once received some very good advice that the last thing you'll ever see planted and nurtured on a piece of land will be a house of some description. So we need to build a lot of houses in this area without a shadow of a doubt, and we've heard that there are quite a significant number of developments going to occur in this area that have been approved since the business report was made. So I think the most important thing here is to protect that open community space for sport and recreation where people can come together and actively participate as members of a whole community so that they have a really great place to live. So unbelievably rare for me. I don't think I've ever stood in the way of housing happening at the moment, but housing needs communities and we need to protect the recreation and sporting heart of this community. Thank you very much, and I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just touched on a comment Councillor Dixon made when he was presenting, and he didn't want to get emotive, but this is becoming emotive. And this is, I heard a comment a few mornings ago at a presentation around when we are going to have the conversation around consolidation. And it's timely that we're actually going out for the draft of the new planning scheme. And this is really going to be a lot of emotive and publicly discussed and argued in this chamber how we see this coast grow and continue to support a growing economy, but also to continue to protect our environment and provide jobs in the future for our younger generation. Councillor Suarez just touched on Divisions 2 and 4 having the least amount of increase in population growth. But for Caloundra, and I may just touch on a figure, Caloundra's population is on average around 51,000 people. We have more people in Caloundra under the age of 6 that live in the whole of catchment of Pacific Paradise. If we're going to talk about competing interests around which areas and divisions are going to grow over the future of this new planning scheme, and also the request of the South East Queensland Regional Plan, which I may add, as a council, we are, as legislation, state legislation, we have to deliver significant targets for infill. Do we want to be like Redlands and have our housing strategy pulled by the state government because you're not delivering enough houses on the coast? That's the concern for me. And for Caloundra, we have seen a huge amount of infill. We're actually already planning for growth along the Caloundra Transport Corridor. And we're in discussions now where it's right for an increase in height and an increase in density. Kings Beach, already high density with high-rise development in there, apartments, short-term, long-term, has an average around 1,850 residents per square kilometre. We are carrying a lot of that density in Caloundra, and we will continue to obviously work towards an outcome that actually delivers livability, connectivity, but a valued support living on the Sunshine Coast. And this council will need to meet these challenges, and it's going to be difficult. I just want to make a comment in regards to Councillor Joe, and I know that there was a question around receiving emails. I also received the same email, Councillor Joe. I didn't respond with a question. I actually was nearly going to ask a question in regards to a couple of comments that that resident made, but I sort of didn't feel the need at 10:30 at night to have another email lobbed back into my inbox. But this applicant, in terms of what it's actually delivering, it delivers high quality design and it's responsive to the local character, landscaping and architectural detailing. It's strategically located close to the Sunshine Coast Airport, public transport and local services. And I'm sure the state government is not going to invest in millions of dollars worth of public transport to the Sunshine Coast Airport just to service an airport. They are going to be looking at other accommodation providers, uplift in increased densities, and that will be the state government's intent, I'm sure. The housing need. The economic assessment shows an undersupply of short-term accommodation and dwellings in the area. And the conversation touched on Councillor Bunnag going out door knocking on around 100 residents. But for me, in Curramundi, as I live in a high-set house, I'm looking forward to the opportunity where eventually I may want to stay in that area, but I may want to downsize. This could be an opportunity for local residents that have lived and worked and loved Pacific Paradise and may want to downsize into a 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartment. Now, I just spoke on our infill development aligns with the SEQ regional plan, and community feedback has been incorporated into this application. And the developer has been consistent, obviously, with what the council have actually come back with a lot of their conditions, and they have been accommodating those conditions, even though I do acknowledge it is over height. And also compliance. It meets most of our planning scheme benchmarks, and also non-compliances, as I said, can be conditioned. And just quickly, Madam Mayor, I'll finish. The refusal recommendation does not adequately consider the strategic, economic and social benefits of the proposed development. It represents a well-considered, responsive and beneficial proposal that activates an underutilised land, supports community growth and aligns with the broader planning objectives. So today I cannot support Councillor Bunnag's alternative recommendation, and I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillors, this is tough. It goes to the core, this application, of some of the difficult issues that we as councillors are facing right now. We need housing. Where are all of the people who are coming to the Sunshine Coast going to go if we do not support applications? There's no doubt, and this application has a number of one-bedroom apartments as well, which could conceivably be more affordable. And our planning scheme sets out zones and height limits for a reason. This is our commitment to our people, to our community through the planning scheme. If we lose sport and rec, it's gone forever. This application is over the height limit in all of the areas at varying heights, and we know that this is a really sensitive issue for our community. For those reasons, I can't support the application, and I'll be supporting the motion that is before us because I understand the needs of our community, and this is tough. This is really at the core of where we at the Sunshine Coast are right now. Our community thoughts and feelings, what we know we need to deliver to meet those targets set for us by the state, and that conflict is something we are going to have to work our way through over the coming months and potentially years. And it's difficult and it's tough, and that's where we find ourselves right now. So thank you. And next up is Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'll keep this really short because I think most of what we have spoken about has been said already. So thank you to the officers for bringing the report and for Councillor Bunnag bringing the alternate motion to us. I can appreciate what the other councillors have said in regards to needing more housing and that we need to take a whole region approach. However, we're constantly talking about the need for more space for sport and rec. We're constantly in search for green space, yet we all know how important our outdoor activity spaces are for the whole community. I can appreciate the need for infill in the right areas, but not at the loss of a community open space that contributes to identity, character, social inclusion for the area, and potential for that space to be used for other recreational purposes, just like we've got in the motion before us. Like Councillor Christian has said, he's made reference to the draft planning scheme, and what I did find is that our draft planning scheme has kept this designated as a sport and recreational zone. So what's interesting about that is that the suggestion for that tells me that we've been able to absorb the expected growth that's been put on us by the state in other areas across our region, in areas that are more appropriate. To me, the owner has had the opportunity to look at this differently. It doesn't have to be a bowls club. They've had the opportunity to shift. And my question would be, in their attempts of marketing to new tenants, were they offering options for a different sport and rec use and for different changes? Or is this simply a matter of a greater return on investment for them, not for our community? The last thing we need in our region is less sport and rec space. We said we're trying to get the balance right. Yes, we need housing, absolutely appreciate that. We also need the space for our community to be community and come together in open spaces for the benefits of their mental health and connecting with each other. The surrounding community have voiced their objections, and I'll be supporting Councillor Bunnag today.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the first thing to say is I am disappointed that this has become a proxy discussion about the new planning scheme. This is not the time or debate for that. We have an application under the current planning scheme that is to be assessed, and that's what we should be discussing. I understand that there is an appetite for people to reflect the views of their community more broadly in the time that we're in with the consultation, but this is Pacific Paradise. We're having a conversation about this community, which is part of our region. And I think it's important that we remember that. Councillor Landsberg, yes, you made reference to Marcoola and the heights there. My dad worked with Stan Elson, who ran Surf Air. And his son, Lee, I still surf with him. The reality is, many of the buildings that we see that are above the natural height limits at the moment throughout Marcoola and Coolum were acts of state parliament. I call them Joe buildings. Jerry Gordon calls them Joe buildings because that's what they were back in that era. And the reality is that since that time, the community, through their empowerment, has worked very hard to maintain the coastal village atmosphere that we have on the North Shore. So we've heard some discussion about the sports and recreation land not being used as a bowls club currently, and, you know, the courts have actually considered this before, you know, at the Yeronga Bowls Club. And the question that was in focus in that case was whether the region, Brisbane at the time, required or did not require this as sport and recreation land into the future. So are we saying that there are no further sport and recreation pursuits that could be accommodated on this site at Pacific Paradise, such as futsal, such as pickleball, such as indoor cricket nets, a swimming pool? And I think the answer to that, from my perspective, is there is absolutely a need for more sport and recreation land on the Sunshine Coast, because, Councillor Natoli, to your point, yes, we are spending a significant amount of money at places like Honey Farm Road, and we will at Maroochy North, but to compare that element of sport and recreation to this site is like comparing apples with oranges. They are completely different. They are a completely different time in their life cycle, and they will be suitable for different types of activation and sport. And it seems counterintuitive to me that as a council, who it's fair to say is in financial distress, spending millions of dollars activating sports and recreation land, that we wouldn't try to protect the sport and recreation land that we have that's privately or publicly available. So the final issue that I would like to just touch on, which seems to have been forgotten in some of this consideration, is the reasonable expectations of the community. And that's something that Mr Cornell made reference to in relation to the height on these sites. As a Division 8 councillor, I think it's probably fair to say that with a high degree of lived experience, the constituents in my division have high expectations. Constituents across the region have high expectations that we will uphold the planning scheme. But when I look at what was said in Development Watch and Sunshine Coast Regional Council, which was the Court of Appeal case, Sector Sui, they consider the notion of reasonable expectations, and the first step is a determination of what that community expectation is. The second is an assessment of the reasonableness of those expectations, considering the planning provisions to the subject land. And the third, after the reasonable expectations are identified, by following the first two steps, consideration of the extent to which those expectations are consistent with the proposed development. So for me, as I said in response to Councillor Suarez's question, I've heard very clearly the concerns of residents on the North Shore, and the community expectation is that Council would protect sport and recreation areas and that building heights are reflected within the overlays. If I consider the reasonableness of those expectations, they are reflected in our current planning scheme. That has been reflected very, very clearly over many, many years. When we measure those expectations against the proposal, it's clear that the proposal is inconsistent with those expectations. And people, rightly or wrongly, have voiced their concerns, and from my perspective, I will be reflecting the views of my community today with respect to the height and zoning conflicts that this has with the planning scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillors, I will now put the motion to the vote, noting that before us the motion is for refusal of the application. So all those in favour? And that is Councillors Broderick, Burns, Johnston, Dixon, Hungerford, Bunnag, Suarez, Law and Mayor. And those against? Councillors Landsberg and Natoli, and the motion is carried. Thank you, team. Thank you. And we will pause now for morning tea for 10 minutes, and we shall be back. Yes, 10 minutes. We'll be back with you shortly. Hello and welcome back after the break. We are moving on now to item 8.3, and next we have Ms Baxter to present the Stretch Reconciliation Action Plan 2025 to 28. Thank you, and acknowledging that we are wearing some of the special recognition of this work. So over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, councillors. The Reconciliation Action Plan is Council's formal document to advance reconciliation through meaningful, strategic and enterprise-wide action. Council's 3 iterations have supported our organisation to build relationships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community and stakeholders, grow recognition and respect of First Nations cultures in our workplaces, and create social and economic opportunities for First Nations peoples. To progress Council's reconciliation journey, the Stretch Reconciliation Action Plan 2025 to 2028 has been developed for Council's consideration. The Stretch RAP has been developed over the past 18 months, informed by extensive input and feedback from Council officers, stakeholders and First Nations community partners. The plan sets a vision for reconciliation on the Sunshine Coast, deepening our commitment and further embedding reconciliation across our organisation and the region. The Stretch RAP is Council's fourth plan since commencing its reconciliation journey in 2011. Following finalisation of the most recent Innovate RAP in December 2023, Reconciliation Australia endorsed Council to commence development of the Stretch RAP. Advancing to a Stretch RAP positions Council as a leader in reconciliation, being recognised among the top 20% of organisations with reconciliation action plans nationally. Organisations at this level are recognised as having a strong approach to reconciliation and meaningful engagement with First Nations stakeholders. Council is one of few local governments in Queensland who have progressed to this stage. In stepping up our commitment, the plan aims to further embed reconciliation into business as usual through introducing measurable targets to enable us to track our progress, tailoring our action plan to align to our core business for greater, more sustainable impact, focusing on stronger partnerships with First Nations stakeholders, supporting self-determination and community-led outcomes, taking on a leadership role to influence reconciliation in the region, strengthen accountability and transparency to ensure that we deliver on our commitment. The plan has been developed through a collaborative process. There were 4 key elements to this project. Firstly, Council worked in partnership with Reconciliation Australia. As the lead body for reconciliation nationally, Reconciliation Australia is a partner of all reconciliation action plans. They guided Council throughout development to ensure the plan met requirements to progress, including undertaking a series of rigorous reviews. Reconciliation Australia granted endorsement of the Stretch RAP in June 2025, conditional on Council's adoption. A new governance framework was established, integrating both Council and community. The Stretch RAP is championed by the Chief Executive Officer and overseen by Council's executive leadership team. 2 groups were formed to drive Stretch RAP development and delivery. Firstly, the internal Stretch RAP working group, comprised of leaders from across the organisation and representatives from the First Nations employee network. This group is responsible for driving the plan's implementation. Secondly, the First Nations Community Advisory Group, comprised of 10 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community members. This group shares perspectives, cultural advice and knowledge to Council on its RAP priorities, and this is the first time Council has engaged a community advisory group for this purpose. Both groups played a pivotal role in RAP development, shaping priorities and supporting the engagement process. Engagement was undertaken across Council and the First Nations community. Led by our First Nations Partnerships team, the engagement process was culturally informed and based on the principles of respect, self-determination and partnership. Consultation was undertaken with the executive leadership team, managers and Council officers from across the organisation, Council's First Nations employee network, traditional custodians, local First Nations community groups and organisations, and key stakeholders in reconciliation. Input from engagement helped us to shape the vision, actions and focus areas in the plan. Council also commissioned our Stretch RAP artwork. The artworks feature in the document and the range of promotional materials, as Madam Mayor mentioned, are here today in the room. An expression of interest process was undertaken inviting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists living on the Sunshine Coast to create a work that reflected the themes of country or reconciliation. 2 artists were selected by a panel of Council staff and Kabi Kabi and Jinnabara elders. The artworks are Kabi Kabi Jargon by Zartisha Davis, Cubby Cubby Bachelor and Cobble Cobble Woman, and Sunshine Coast Paradise by Luke Malley, Kukuyalanji Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander man. The artworks also now form part of Council's galleries collection. 10 key findings emerged through engagement. These findings reflect priorities of the First Nations community, Council's values, our lessons learned, and our ambitions for the future as we advance to this next stage. Firstly, we need to enable traditional custodians and First Nations community to contribute meaningfully to council planning and projects. We recognise the importance of self-determination and will continue to strengthen our relationships, working with local First Nations communities on the issues that affect them. It's important that we take a leadership role in our region to drive reconciliation, and we must take a stance against racism in our community. We recognise that our employees have a strong awareness and respect for First Nations cultures, and it's important to continue to build on this to create culturally informed and inclusive workplaces. We must continue to partner with traditional custodians to protect and preserve the region's cultural heritage, and we recognise this local cultural heritage as one of our region's greatest assets. It's important that we continue to build our respect and understanding of Cubby Cubby peoples and Jinnabara peoples and their cultures in our community. It's also important that we support the employment aspirations of First Nations employees, which includes increasing employment opportunities. And finally, we need to work across the organisation to identify opportunities to procure First Nations suppliers, not only in First Nations programs. Finally, reconciliation needs to be driven by the whole organisation. We must be working more collaboratively and transparently across Council to implement the plan. Informed by these key findings, the Stretch RAP sets a clear vision and practical steps for Council to take in partnership with the First Nations community to work toward advancing reconciliation. Council's vision for reconciliation is a Sunshine Coast where First Nations peoples, cultures and histories are embraced as a core part of our regional identity, creating an inclusive, prosperous and connected community where we all thrive together. Council recognises and respects the unique position of First Nations peoples in our nation. We acknowledge and value the Cubby Cubby and Jinnabara people's enduring connection to country, and we're committed to working in partnership with traditional custodians and the First Nations community, striving to be a leader in First Nations engagement. The plan outlines 18 actions and 89 deliverables under 4 reconciliation pillars. It focuses on stronger relationships and tangible social and economic outcomes for First Nations peoples, introducing several measurable targets and high-impact commitments. Under the relationships pillar, actions aim to develop and maintain strong, purposeful relationships to enable Council to respond to the needs and aspirations of the local First Nations community. The key focus area is to establish a framework for traditional custodians and the local First Nations community to engage with Council and contribute meaningfully. This pillar also addresses our role in promoting reconciliation and anti-discrimination. We commit in the plan for councillors and senior leaders to publicly support anti-discrimination initiatives and stances against racism, and undertake unconscious buyer and bystander training to learn about the effects of racism. Under the respect pillar, actions aim to demonstrate respect through recognising and celebrating First Nations cultures, histories and contributions to create inclusive and welcoming workplaces and communities. The key focus area is to contribute to building a regional identity that embraces Cubby Cubby and Jinnabara cultural heritage and the First Nations cultures and communities. We also commit to increasing cultural understanding in our workplaces, introducing targets for employees to undertake formal and structured cultural training. The opportunities pillar aims to create an equitable future where First Nations people and organisations can meet their aspirations and share in the prosperity of the region. The key focus is to contribute to tangible social and economic change for First Nations peoples through setting ambitious targets and removing barriers in our processes, policies and programs. targets have been introduced to increase procurement from First Nations suppliers, First Nations representation in Council's workforce, and participation of First Nations groups and organisations in Council's Community Grants program. We also commit to supporting local First Nations businesses to contribute to a thriving First Nations economy and improving employment outcomes by supporting our First Nations workforce. It's important to track progress against our objectives in this plan, be transparent in our reporting, and celebrate our success. Under the governance pillar, we commit to maintaining effective governance to drive the Stretch RAP, including through the Stretch RAP Working Group and our First Nations Community Advisory Group. We further commit to building accountability and transparency through reporting RAP achievements, challenges and learnings, both internally and externally throughout the life of the plan. The Stretch RAP is an enterprise-wide plan aligning to objectives under Council's 3 regional strategies and corporate plan, with many actions reflecting our continued commitment, reinforcing objectives under our existing strategies, and focus on reforming our ways of working. No additional resources are required for implementation. This plan signifies almost 15 years of Council's enduring commitment to advance reconciliation and create an equitable and inclusive future for all. It's presented to you for your consideration as per the recommendations outlined on the screen.
Thank you. Councillor Law, you'd like to move the motion, and seconder, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. It feels very appropriate for me at the start of this particular item to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where we are meeting today, and to pay my respect to their elders and to all the people who are First Nations people in the room with us today and who have been on the journey with us over the last 15 years to arrive at a Stretch RAP, a very, very important stage and place to get to in our journey of reconciliation. And when I think of that of 15 years, I reflect on the more than 300 years it's taken us to get here, of what this place was like prior to us being here, and the work we now have to do to reconcile that journey and put us back in a place where we are all as one, living, working, playing in this incredible country and on this incredible country. We have much to be grateful for and much to celebrate. And this Reconciliation Action Plan, our 4th one, being a Stretch RAP, is a major achievement. There are few organisations who are able to achieve this, but it's important to recognise and understand that this is about what we are doing as an organisation on our journey of reconciliation with all First Nations and Aboriginal people. And it's a very important journey to be on. It's very, very significant that we have a First Nations advisory community group. And I thank all of them for their dedication, collaboration and commitment to help us on this journey of reconciliation. It's a tough journey, but it's a tough journey for us as an organisation, and thank you for your courage and willingness to be with us on that journey as we learn and listen and come to be reconciled on this country. I also want to thank Ms Baxter, your team, the whole team that's worked on this, but especially the Council's First Nation Employee Network. It has been excellent to see those people come together, work together, be together, and help us, again, learn and be part of this reconciliation journey, and to know what it is to work in an organisation that is genuinely making progress towards a better place. I just want to think of that vision again. Our vision for reconciliation is a Sunshine Coast where First Nations people, cultures and history are embraced as a core part of our regional identity, creating an inclusive and prosperous and connected community where we all thrive together. And if you think of that vision, you will see it in our corporate plan, you'll see it in our community strategy, you'll see it in our economic development strategy, you'll see it in our environment and livability strategy. Not in those exact words, because those words belong here to guide us and direct us with our RAP, but you'll see the essence of those words through all of our work and everything we're trying to do. This is a very long journey. We've got a very long way to go. But with this plan, we have got a document that will guide us as an organisation to embed reconciliation as business as usual. We have 18 actions with 89 deliverable items so that we have a very measurable programme of work to do. Those actions are tailored and they will help us build our strong partnerships. Partnerships that are reflected in this RAP because First Nations and Aboriginal peoples have been involved in helping us create it, guide it and make it happen and get us to this point. And without that collaboration, we wouldn't be here. So it's really important that we have that support for what we're going to do. And I urge support of this today because this will guide our organisation and take us forward towards reconciliation. So thank you for what we've done. I commend this to everyone and look forward to your support today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you, just wanted to say I am particularly rocking the scarf.
Particularly.
Homage to former Councillor Rick Babarowski. Just a question, if I may, to start with. Sinead, in reading the plan, recognise that it's really about embedding business as usual for us as a council. This is an internal document which is really outlining how we as a council are choosing and deciding to act in partnership with our First Nations community. In doing that, what is the kind of budgetary kind of impact in there? Are you able to speak to that just a little bit?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. The stretch RAP aligns to and reinforces Council's commitments under our 3 regional strategies and our corporate plan and a number of our existing medium-term plans. Many of the actions and deliverables are business as usual and reflect Council's continued commitment, and other actions focus on reforming our ways of working through internal policy and process changes. As such, no additional resources are required for implementation, but any actions that are unable to be fully implemented would come to Council through the existing budget allocations, would be subject to resource commitments being approved through Council's normal budgetary process.
Beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Madam Mayor, I do rise in support of this plan today and the intentions underpinning it. And I maybe just want to share a really brief story with you that underpinned this for me. So my personal journey in the pursuit of understanding reconciliation, its importance to me, but also, I guess, to our communities and to our nation has involved a myriad of learning opportunities. One of these opportunities occurred a number of years ago when I worked for a large not-for-profit organisation here in Queensland, and I led a statewide bunch of community workers and chaplains across Queensland. Whilst doing that work, I used to work with a great Aboriginal fella, Uncle Max Conlon, and he was a good friend, and we planned and organised a visit out to Cherbourg for a bunch of our staff to spend some time visiting Cherbourg, the Ration Shed Museum, and having discussions and dialogue around the history of our First Peoples in this country. So when we visited that Ration Shed Museum, and if you've been there, you'll notice this, is that you learn a lot about the Aboriginals' protection and restriction of the Sale of Opium Act of 1897, which was endorsed by the Queensland government. That basically ultimately led to the authorised control over the lives of Aboriginal people, the restriction of opium sales, the loss of civil rights, which meant that Aboriginal people were effectively wards of the state, and led to the removal of children from families. It introduced legal definitions of Aboriginality that were then used to justify segregation and control. Cherbourg was formed through this act and was used to segregate and control Aboriginal people, including banning cultural practices and language being spoken. It included working for food, the withholding of wages for work undertaken, corporal discipline and punishment, and the list goes on. So following our time in the Ration Shed Museum, I and the staff that I had with me had a powerful time in conversation, sitting in circle with Auntie Ada Simpson. Auntie Ada grew up in Cherbourg, raised her family in Cherbourg, and would tell stories about having to go to the actual ration shed itself to get food for the week. She was a humble, kind lady. She had a ready smile and a really great laugh. But through this conversation, she exhibited a quiet depth and authority, and I remember feeling really small while sitting next to her. During the yarn, I asked her about reconciliation and what it could mean and look like for her. But equally, how could she be prepared to pursue it after the hardship and strain she and her family suffered through the working of the Protection Act? Auntie Ada's response was clear and very generous. How can I not offer forgiveness? It's the foundation of reconciliation, and I've been extended it, and therefore I offer it. It is only by God's grace that I'm able to forgive people and systems, was what she said to me. And that is the crux of it for me. If Auntie Ada is willing and ready and active in extending the grace of reconciliation to me and others and us sitting in this chamber, even though she may not have met us, then how can I not meet that with my own hand? The RAP is a formalised way. In some ways it's systemised and politicised, but it's a formalised way that we as a council can participate in an act of grace that extends beyond us and seeks to actively bring together what has been divided. Reconciling and reconciliation means the bringing together of that which is broken. That reconciliation, and that's more than an idea or a warm feeling. It has a structure and focus and intention and principle and action to it. This RAP is leading us to a more mature future that recognises the legacy and the impacts of past wrongs and is active in making future rights. Therefore, I'm proud to see this formed alongside our First Nations community of the coast, and that we can put words and actions to the pursuit of making this region even better and stronger into the future. So this stretch RAP outlines, as Councillor David has said, 18 actions, 89 deliverables under the 4 pillars of relationships, respect, opportunities and governance. It aligns clearly with the areas of responsibility we have as a local council and is a good challenge for us to continue growing in how we conduct our efforts, but more powerfully, why we do it. I'm particularly encouraged by the targets and focus outlined, which will allow us to clearly report on our progress over the life of the plan. I also note that through this RAP, there is no demonstrable budget impact, as most of it is BAU, and the targets allow us to track and understand impact. But I would also take this moment to encourage and challenge the CEO and the ELT to step into the relational effort that's required to ensure the connection with our First Nations community is well considered. The relationships are fragile and they require attention, time, respect, patience and courage. For the record, I missed speaking with Auntie Ada on the weekend when she called me a few times about this. My apologies, Auntie. I did miss speaking with you, but thank you for giving your permission for me to share our story today. And I also want to acknowledge Auntie Hope Ochin for helping me connect with Auntie Ada again. Thank you to Shanae and Manisha too for the effort that you've put into this, and to Kerry Forrest as well. And as we like to say and be reminded, together we thrive and we will be stronger. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I stand before you today to highlight the opportunity to profoundly impact the lives of our First Nations people and our community as a whole. I'm honoured to speak about the benefits of the Sunshine Coast Regional Council adopting a stretch reconciliation action plan. As we gather here today, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we stand, the Kabi and Jinabara people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. A stretch reconciliation action plan is a comprehensive framework that outlines practical actions to advance reconciliation between our First Nations people and the broader community. By adopting such a plan, our council can demonstrate its commitment to reconciliation, justice and equality. So what are the benefits of adopting a stretch reconciliation action plan? It provides a structured approach to reconciliation, ensuring that our actions are deliverable, measurable and effective. This plan will help us to identify areas where we can improve, set realistic targets and track our progress. A stretch reconciliation action plan fosters greater collaboration and partnership between our council, First Nations organisations and the broader community. By working together, we can leverage each other's strengths, expertise and resources to drive meaningful change. The plan promotes cultural awareness, understanding and respect. By embracing the history, traditions and experience of our First Nations people, we can break down barriers, challenge stereotypes and build stronger relationships. A stretch reconciliation action plan can drive economic benefits by supporting Indigenous entrepreneurship, employment and economic development. By creating opportunities for our First Nations people to participate in the local economy, we can help to close the gap in economic outcomes. This plan demonstrates our council's commitment to reconciliation, which can enhance our reputation, build trust and attract businesses, tourists and residents who share our values. Adopting a stretch reconciliation action plan is a moral imperative. It acknowledges the historical injustice inflicted upon our First Nations people and takes concrete steps to address these injustices. I want to thank you, Shanae, and your team for the outstanding work that you've done in developing the stretch RAP over the last 18 months in partnership with Reconciliation Australia and with the extensive input and feedback from council officers, stakeholders and First Nation community partners. In conclusion, adopting a stretch reconciliation plan is a vital step towards reconciliation, justice and equality for our First Nations people. I urge our council to seize this opportunity to make a positive impact, to demonstrate to our community, to reconciliation and to create a brighter future for all of our members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, there's been some beautiful things said so far. I'm not going to get that deep, but I'm privileged to have a nephew who is a Gurungrang man and comes from the Gladstone area, which has quite a high, well, much higher population of First Nations people than the Sunshine Coast. He recently moved to the Sunshine Coast in December of last year. And one of the observations that he made to me was how much our council does in terms of First Nations activities and events outside of NAIDOC Week. It was kind of something he'd never experienced before. It was just an observation. It made me think about how proud I am for the work that this team have done over a number of years. We haven't just, come up with this in the last year. This has taken a long time. The other observation as well is that we are, or the work that our team have done and our First Nations community and advisory group have done, has set an example to other organisations within our region. I've had a number of schools, I've had a number of other businesses approach me to ask about Sunshine Coast Council's RAP, and I'm like, it's available online, go and have a look. So you should be very proud of the work that you do, and I really love that most people have spoken about the activities and the actions that are in this plan as business as usual. And it's often very hard to do that as a non-First Nations person myself. I constantly have reminders. So I use a First Nations designed lanyard. I wear clothing on a regular basis just to have it top of mind to remind me that, when we think about what we do every day as council, we always have to think about our First Nations community and not as a tack on the end. So really appreciate that and those observations, if I can say. They're only from the external viewpoint of people, so they don't even see all the internal stuff that we're doing as well. So congratulations to the team and to the work that you've done. It's a fantastic report, and thank you to everyone who contributed.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Just also like to congratulate Councillor Burns on his really wonderfully warm reflections. It's really, really beautiful words, Tim. I just want to reflect on, the way that this stretch reconciliation plan fits into our overall strategies. We've got a vision to be Australia's most sustainable region, which is connected, livable and thriving. And with that vision, the word connected to me has always stood out in terms of importance of connection within our community. In our region, it's a growing one. And two of the most remarkable aspects of our growth is that so far it's centred around the preservation of our natural environment, but also the social cohesion or the social fabric of our community. And I believe we owe a great deal of that preservation to our First Nations peoples who have cherished this space for millennia. And they have also built community connection for just as long. And that's where this strategy fits in. It's where this plan fits in. And it's been over the course of several iterations over many, many years within this organisation, before I was elected and before some of us were elected. So I'm very encouraged and excited by the fact that, yes, there are elements of this that are business as usual, but we are leaning into our vision and working towards a vision for reconciliation on the Sunshine Coast, where we're embracing First Nations cultures, histories and peoples as a core part of our business and our regional identity, because it is and always has been and always should be. Within the Stretch Reconciliation Action Plan, there are some really powerful actions for this organisation to focus on, and one of the things that I'm really excited for us to embrace from a more formalised perspective is centred around the understanding and value of recognition of First Nations cultures, histories and stories through cultural learning. And I think our staff and councillors being exposed to those opportunities is incredibly important. If I reflect on the influence that First Nations education has had on me from the very early days when I went to Yandina State School and had the opportunity to have Uncle Lyndon present to our school when I was in grade 4. So we're talking a good 25 years ago. I feel quite old saying this, but Lyndon will probably feel old me saying that as well, but I reflected on myself, not Lyndon. But the reality of it is that, through that I have had so much knowledge given to me through the warmness of Lyndon and his time and efforts in terms of sharing the stories about Maroochy, about Coolum, about Ninderry, and the relevance of that in my decision-making as a councillor. That is important context that I think everyone in this place, in this organisation, would benefit from. When I sit down and talk to Uncle Ken Jones about the currents that run along Woombye where I live, the opportunity to learn more about the place that we live and the place that we make decisions about, it's so important. And why wouldn't I take an open mind and embrace those opportunities and ask my colleagues and the community to embrace that journey that council has? So from my perspective, I'm incredibly supportive of this. I'd like to acknowledge the work that has been done for many years in the lead up to having a stretch wrap. I'd also like to acknowledge Greg Laverty's role in this as the GE at the time, who worked closely with Sinead and Kerry in terms of developing this, because, this has taken a village in terms of actually being able to produce and develop. And I'm really excited and encouraged by what we are going to see produced together as an organisation and as a community.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnack. Councillors, there have been so many excellent words spoken here already. But as Mayor, it would be remiss of me if I didn't also take this opportunity to recognise the work of our team and also the very many relationships that I have been lucky enough to build on over this period as Mayor with some of our First Nations residents on the Sunshine Coast, and some of whom are in the room today, and others of whom I've spoken to in the past week about this very item before us. And it is an absolute joy and an honour to be able to work with our First Nations people in this space and to lead the way as a council. So advancing to the stretch wrap positions this council as a leader in this space. Right across the country, People are looking to us and what we do with our stretch wrap. So that is a reflection on our community, on our First Nations people and on our team. And for that, I'm very grateful, because I acknowledge this has happened over years, long before some of us arrived into this place. And so that is something of which we can all be proud. Our 3 previous plans have provided that strong foundation and build and nurture those relationships along the way, recognising and respecting the First Nations people and cultures, and creating those opportunities to implement positive change. I'll just say that again, recognising opportunities to implement positive change for our community, for all of us, for all of our people, for now and into the future. Into the future, our people, our children, our children's children will look back on us and look at how we behave, the decisions we make, what we do and what we say. So every little part of this is really important, not just now, but for the future. I think too, to realise our reconciliation vision, we have introduced several unique actions and ambitious new targets. And if we're not ambitious, then what are we? Why are we here if it is not to try to progress, to try to embrace, and to try and include? And that's why we stand here today. And so we are saying to our community, we stand with you and we lead the way. And that's why I'm absolutely delighted to support the stretch wrap, our reconciliation action plan, the stretch wrap, to our council and to our community more broadly. Thank you all for all of the work that you have done, and I look forward to leading with all of my colleagues in a community that embraces reconciliation. Councillor Law, would you like to close? You would?
I would.
Thought you might.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your kind and supportive words and recognition of how important this will be. And I'd also, in closing, like to call on the CEO, if I may, of ensuring that this new stretch wrap that has come from, we've heard particularly from Greg Laverty's leadership over the past years, of how important it will be for your new team to not only embrace this, but to take hold of it and, as quickly as possible, establish and confirm those trusting and respectful relationships that will need to happen if our wrap is to be successful in the coming 3 years. I know that you have a lot of challenges and much to do, but this is one of the most important things for your new team to do, and I urge you and support you in doing that. To Councillor Tim, thank you so much for sharing your story and for having permission to share that story. That's important, because that's about listening and honouring those journeys in that respect. But when you think of reconciliation, how often is it where it's a First Nations person, an original owner, original person from this land, who is wanting to share their story and to take us on that journey and to forgive what has happened? And if we think about, you asked the question about the budget and what will this cost us? Well, one of the greatest things we can do there is to truly join and reconcile and understand and learn. Because the original way here was to walk lightly on country, to take only what you need and to give back everything to country for the future and for the next generation that are coming. It's lovely to hear Councillor Taylor mention Uncle Lyndon. It was an honour to be able to recognise his work over his whole lifetime for the creative arts and storytelling that has been a huge part of reconciliation for this community, to understand what it is and how it is to live and be on country and be sustainable. It's just beautiful. And the artwork that we have to accompany the wrap, I find truly delightful that one of the pieces from Zatisha is telling the local story from someone who has an unbroken connection to this land and to this country, which of itself is unique for First Nations people, as we heard, who were removed from their place in their country and taken elsewhere. But to have artwork provided by a person who has that unbroken connection is extremely special. And I think we are honoured that it has been gifted to us to use in this way to tell the stories. So I thank the support we've had today. I'm hopeful that we have full support and endorsement of this journey that we need to go on, where if we truly listen and accept the hand that is being offered to us and has been offered to us over and over and over again, then we will live in a place where we all thrive together. Thank you, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, I will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Sinead. Thank you, team. Thank you all. And thank you to those in the gallery. Councillors, we will now move on to item 8.4. We welcome Ms Simons as we farewell some of the people moving from the gallery at this very significant moment. Just recognising that for a moment. Thank you, and over to you, Ms Simons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. This report seeks endorsement of a new regional public art plan. The delivery of a regional public art plan is a key action of the Sunshine Coast Creative Arts Plan 2023 to 2038. The Sunshine Coast Art Collection, which includes public art, plays a significant role in celebrating the identity, culture and history of the community and region. It has a growing inventory of distinct and diverse works that are an important, enduring cultural asset managed by Council for the community. Public art is also a key consideration for many new developments, including Council's own, as it delivers not only cultural benefit, but also social, economic and environmental benefits for the community. The 5-year plan includes actions to guide the development, planning, maintenance and promotion of our region's public art collection. It aligns with existing local, state, national policies, plans and strategies, including Council's Creative Arts Plan and the Art and Heritage Collections Policy, which was also reviewed as part of this process. Development of the plan included benchmarking, finding and reflecting on best practice, analysis of the current context within the region and the sector more broadly, and engaging with diverse internal and external stakeholders, including the Sunshine Coast Arts Advisory Board. The plan was developed to provide clarity on the role we play and the role of public art in our region, to establish transparent processes to guide how commissions will be governed and delivered, to affirm the critical knowledge, values and insights of traditional custodians in planning works, to instill confidence that a consistent and transparent approach is used, and to establish a clear purpose in line with our strategic priorities for investment in public art. The plan outlines 4 focus areas intended to inform decision-making and ensure that public art reflects our region's character. Governance, to provide the frameworks to ensure our public spaces continue to be a source of pride and inspiration for the community and visitors to the region. Capacity development. Our artists will share knowledge, gain experience and create opportunities that support the growth and development of our region's arts industry. Promotion and advocacy. Public art brings meaning to place with experimental and innovative works that inspire, challenge and engage audiences. And the public art collection. We will document, maintain and celebrate the character and identity of the Sunshine Coast for current and future generations. The Art and Heritage Collections Policy 2025 has been reviewed and updated to align with council priorities, including the public art plan, and is also presented for council consideration. The policy, previously endorsed in 2017, outlines a framework and principles required to guide the collection's development, management and accessibility, while also developing public appreciation. This report has no financial considerations. However, there remain ongoing operational costs of maintaining a growing collection. Although the strategy has no budget request, Focus Area 1 contains Action 1.5 to review public art opportunities in the planning scheme to incorporate public and private developer commitment and contribution, including a % for art scheme and framework. This % for art framework is now out for community engagement through planning scheme consultation. It is envisaged, if a % for art framework is supported and endorsed through the planning scheme, that it will provide funding to support the delivery of this plan. The recommendation is to note the report, adopt the Sunshine Coast Public Art Plan 2025 to 2030, revoke the Art and Heritage Collections Policy 2017, and adopt the Art and Heritage Collections Policy 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Simons. Councillor, moved by Councillor Law, seconder, Councillor Natoli. Thank you. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for everyone to bring this to us. And again, another demonstration of how our community works with us, collaborates with us to create a better place where we can all thrive together. Again, this plan and this document before us puts together and strengthens and shows us how our corporate plan, our community plan, and specifically our Sunshine Coast Arts Plan will be enlivened to create a better and more appealing space and place for us to be. But as I considered this, I was sort of curious as what art is, and particularly what public art is. But really, I decided not to go down that rabbit hole because art is what the person sees who is looking at the thing in front of them. And it's about triggering that thought process, emotional response, conversation. And oftentimes public art will be, what on earth is that? It's horrible. Why did they waste any money on it? Through to, oh my goodness, that's amazing, incredible, and isn't it astonishing that we've got that in our community, and everything else there is in between. So artwork is about our community. It's about bringing people together, generating conversations, and it's much more than just making the place look good. So one of the things that the strategy will do, and it's important we remember this has come with the support, guidance and advice, not only from our team, but from the Sunshine Coast Arts Advisory Board. It's about looking after our art collection. Overall, the collection is worth many millions of dollars, and specifically the public art element of that has a value of about $3.8 million. And we need to look after it, and we know that it will grow and continue to grow. So we have to keep doing it, and we need to look to the opportunities we have to get and gain public art. And you'll see that in one of the action points, 1.4, where we will be asking through the planning scheme to create a percentage of development cost to go towards public art. We will need to be very careful how we do that so that we get public art that is a genuine contribution to the community and not an embellishment on a building or something that really doesn't talk to what the public art policy should be achieving for us. But if you look around, there are some amazing additions to our community that have been funded by developers even before us having this particular policy in place. And one of my favourite, very obvious ones is the I Did It sculpture down near the new hospital. It's a great piece of work, and it makes me smile every time I see it. But as does all of the public art, for example, Mill Tribe or Heart of Fire. Much smaller pieces of work, but again, they bring a great addition to our streetscape and the communities that we live in. So I urge, again, support of this plan and strategy. It brings together many things, and it also gives us that opportunity to update our art and heritage collection policy. But we need to give some structure and direction as we go forward into another period of development across the whole Sunshine Coast, that when we have those major developments, we get excellent art outcomes. So I put this and commend this to everyone today and look forward to your support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to personally thank Janine and the staff that have worked for the work that you've done in updating the Sunshine Coast Public Art Plan 2025-2030. Councillors, stand before you today to emphasise the importance of endorsing the Sunshine Coast Art Plan. As we gather here, I invite you to envisage a Sunshine Coast where creativity thrives, where public art inspires, and where our community's unique character is showcased. The Sunshine Coast Art Plan is a visionary initiative that seeks to integrate public art into the very fabric of our community. By endorsing this plan, we are not only enhancing our region's aesthetic appeal, but also fostering a vibrant cultural landscape that benefits residents and visitors alike. So what can public art contribute to our community? Firstly, public art has the power to transform public spaces into engaging and interactive environments. It can turn ordinary streets, parks, and buildings into iconic landmarks that reflect our community's history, culture, and values. Secondly, public art can serve as a catalyst for our community engagement and social cohesion. By providing a shared experience, public art can bring people together, spark conversations, and foster a sense of belonging amongst residents and visitors. Thirdly, public art can contribute significantly to our local economy. A vibrant public art scene can attract tourists, support local businesses, support and inspire our local artists and our school children, and enhance our region's reputation as a culturally rich and creative destination. Fourthly, public art can play a vital role in promoting our community's unique identity and character. By showcasing the work of local artists and celebrating our region's natural beauty, public art can help differentiate the Sunshine Coast, where we can be seen different to the rest of the Sunshine Coast from other destinations. Sorry. Had to happen, didn't it? At a time when the new planning scheme is out for public consultation, the questions are asked about retaining our unique lifestyle. Public art can play a pivotal role in helping establish a strong identity, a Sunshine Coast identity. Lastly, public art has the power to inspire, educate and challenge our perceptions. It can provide a platform for social commentary, environmental awareness and cultural expression, enriching our community's cultural landscape, which is steeped in our First Nations history and promoting a deeper understanding of the world around us. I had the privilege only a few Mondays ago to meet an Indigenous artist called Jordaesh Gage, and I spent half the day taking him around, showing him our public art. And Jordaesh is based in Brisbane, inspirational young man. And his comments were, can't believe the public art that we've got here on the Sunshine Coast compared to Brisbane and the Gold Coast. That's the difference. And when the mention of the boys' handstand that you see at school that Russell Anderson had created, you might not be aware, but Russell Anderson is building the very world's first tram built by an artist. And it will be a moving piece of public art. It will put Nambour on the map. And this is what public art can do for us. So in conclusion, endorsing the Sunshine Coast Art Plan is essential for creating a vibrant, culturally rich and inspiring community. By embracing public art, we can enhance our region's livability, support local creativity, and showcase the Sunshine Coast as a uniquely distinctive and captivating destination. So, councillors, I hope that you'll strongly support this new Sunshine Coast Art Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Janine and her team for the presentation. I've just got a few questions first, probably mainly to the CEO. The cost of maintaining and depreciating public art, in other words, out in the public instead of in foyers and things like that, how is that depreciated? Depends, I suppose, on the art, doesn't it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston. Depreciation in art is a very complex and problematic issue. For the most part, it depends on the quality of the art and its popularity and the demand associated with it. With that said, there is a mechanism for calculating depreciation on public art, as there is with any asset that the council adopts, and we apply those algorithms where we need to. We can't take account of the odd Banksy that pops up or anything else that we might be lucky enough to receive. But for the most part, yeah, we have a mechanism for calculating that. What we don't calculate, of course, is the wonderful health and well-being that public art actually brings to our community as well. And, you know, those sorts of hidden benefits that we get from good public art in our amenities and public spaces is you know, just something that people learn to enjoy, but it's not something that we can apply a depreciation calculation to. I'm happy to give you a bit more detail subsequent to this meeting on how we actually calculate that.
Thanks, sir. I've got a question now for Janine.
She's looking very excited about that, Councillor. Go ahead.
I'm really excited about that in that further discussion. Janine, why can't we also devise a plan whereby it may not necessarily be public, but the art be actually on buildings and some form of protection mechanism put on it so that there's less likelihood of malicious damage, etc.
Okay. Are you right with that, Ms? I think the councillor, were you suggesting for graffiti on that kind of art? Is that the damage?
Or being stolen or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. Ms Simons?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, there's a large diversity of artworks. Some of them are 3-ton bronze sculptures that obviously can't be taken, but there are specific and specialty textures and coatings that we can use to protect from graffiti, anti-graffiti coatings, and we do use those in certain works. At the beginning, you said on buildings. There is functional public art as well, so public art can have a function and potentially be a part of a building. So that is also potentially part of a building, if that's what you're referring to. But vandalism, yeah, we generally won't take things into the art collection. We'll work with the artist to make sure it's at the highest standard it can possibly be, to have the longest life it can possibly have, to limit those chances of that happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of the policy. I just have some concerns that we're pushing it all into the public arena and not placing some of it in areas which are accessible to the public but are on private property, so that they have the responsibility of maintaining, managing and caring for it. But anyway, that's...
will be subject to the policy and is still a possibility, so right, that is still public, yeah.
Now, I think Councillor Natoli mentioned about the cane train in Nambour. Is it possible that developers, because they're doing it a bit tough, all right, financially, etc. Is it possible that when developments occur in and around Nambour and there was money that's to be utilised for public art, because that train basically travels through the public, can that money be made available to help that train to continue?
And just to clarify, when you said they were doing it tough, you were referring to the tram, not to the developers.
Tram, right,
Yeah.
You, Madam Mayor. That fund obviously doesn't exist yet. If it were to exist, the plan does outline some processes that could support such a project, yes.
Thank you. And I'm just, whilst streetscaping, I'll speak to it now, whilst streetscaping sometimes has an art component, it's a bit disappointing that in the Mullaney streetscape, which is some $3 million, there hasn't been an uptake of the volunteer artists' work to become part of that streetscape. And I think there is an aspect of it that is heritage related, but you know, when you go to Montville, in Montville, there's artworks down the street which was part of their streetscape, etc. So I'm just sort of wondering how we can put more artwork into, particularly artwork which is relevant to the history of that town, into that streetscape. And perhaps there's something we can have a look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
And I urge all councillors to support recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, and we'll make note of that in terms of the questions you asked and the comments with the Mullaney streetscape and see what else is available and optional in that project. Thank you. Next, Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the chair, and congratulations, Janine and the team, to bringing this the public art plan to council. Obviously, touching on public art, and especially in public accessible areas, Caloundra is a wonderful example of public art. We host actually monthly tours around Caloundra CBD, very well attended, and it actually does reflect on a lot of the local character of Caloundra and the history. And it's a perfect example of, I suppose, when you talk about what we actually provide, but it's quite respectful, because I may be speaking out of school, but to the team, I don't think we do get too much graffiti around the CBD on our public art, and obviously on council buildings, and I believe some of them may be on private buildings as well. So just wanted to let the chamber and the public be aware of that. And look, this is really around, obviously, protecting and obviously respecting significant cultural assets across the Sunshine Coast. And also speaking on behalf of our, obviously, scarf-wearing fraternity in here, but I know we're speaking about our scarves in a more of an Indigenous aspect, but to respect Councillor Rick, he was very, very proactive, quite a huge advocate for public art, and really around how we develop, and scarves, yes, and how we develop public art in the Maroochydore City Centre. And I'm sure that that discussion will be ongoing as Maroochydore City Centre continues to come out of the ground. But no, fully supportive of the plan, and I just want to obviously commend the team behind it, and as well as the challenges with our collection of art, because I'd imagine that if we're actually not building facilities to store a lot of this art, which we're looking at over $6 million worth of assets now, I'd hate to see the time where we actually cannot start to receive public art on behalf of the community and store it in a proper environmentally controlled environment, because I think that's important for that legacy for a lot of those owners of those public arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, just really want to emphasise one aspect of the public art plan, which is around the percent for art strategy, which we're looking at in the planning scheme that's up for community consultation at the moment. You know, when we talk about contributions from developers for certain pieces of infrastructure, we talk about roads, we talk about pathways. You know, we don't really have a conversation around artistic displays being provided in a meaningfully constructed way, and I really think that this is an excellent opportunity for us in the new planning scheme to be looking at that. I think this public art plan really ties into that nicely. You know, developers, when they are making a contribution to the Sunshine Coast through their developments, should be considering what form of public art they can provide in certain places. And it's fair to say that we're not going to see public art in every place, but if I reflect on a place like Ocean Street in Maroochydore, it's a wonderful place to have some expression of artistic flair in that area. And I'd look forward to seeing what we get down the line in that space. But from my perspective, I was elected very clearly with a view that when developers are making contributions, they should be meaningful, and we should absolutely be holding them to account on that. And this is a really good first step in us being able to do that in a different way that reflects the intent of the Sunshine Coast being an area that, as Councillor Natoli might not have been able to get the words out, offers something different to a different demographic and different viewpoints on the Sunshine Coast. Because, as Councillor Law has said, you know, art to different people means different things. One of the most, I guess, striking bits of public art in Brisbane when I was down there at uni was the upside-down elephant near Goma. And from my perspective, I had a best mate who absolutely hated it, and I absolutely loved it, because elephants, for me, they absolutely never forget, even when they're upside down. So from my perspective, it is in the eye of the beholder, and it is an opportunity for the individual to make what they want of each piece. And I look forward to seeing the collection on the Sunshine Coast grow under this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Actually, Councillor Bunnag's just touched on some of the things I was going to talk about, but just for those playing along at home, could you answer just a few of those questions in regard to what we're looking at the planning scheme with the percentage for arts scheme? So can you explain a little bit more about it? Will the developer contribution have to be used in that area where the development is taking place? And how is the type of art determined? Can you fill in some of those blanks for us, please? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. That is out for consultation now. So what is out is a possibility. What the feedback that comes back will actually feed into what it will look like in the end. At the moment, it talks to between 1% and then down to 0.5%. There is opportunities for developers to manage the public artwork themselves or to donate it to a regional pooled fund, which might offer, if there are smaller developments, it might offer the opportunity to get bigger bang for buck, so to speak. It will also, the second part of your question was regarding...
does it have to be used in the area?
The pooled fund can be in any space, and it will also help with maintenance as well. And there will be a public art panel that will be set up, so they will help to manage what is approved as part of that program, if the program is endorsed.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, I appreciate that. Just to get some clarity on that, knowing that the planning scheme draft is out for consultation at the moment, and just having that explanation, because that's an area that lots of people, I imagine, wouldn't see in the planning scheme unless they go looking for it. So I think most of what I was going to say has been covered by our colleagues. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. And councillors, I rise to speak. Art defines us, it describes us, it unites us as a community. And through this plan, we have an opportunity to differentiate ourselves, to stand apart as a community that supports art and values art. And that certainly is a community that I want to be part of. I know that there are people on this council who are massive supporters of the arts, as am I. So I look forward to your support of this arts plan. Thank you. Councillor Law, would you like to close?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, it's been, again, excellent to hear the positive response and the shared stories of how public art has impacted some more than others, but generally hearing that support for our art and creative expression in the community. The Sunshine Coast Art Plan, it's designed to give us a process to follow to be the leaders of good principles for planning and installation of public art, that we commission and we implement really good work in really relevant places to enhance our community. But I also encourage all of you to go and look at public art in a different way and actually try and see what you can see, because it varies dramatically. We've got Duraganga just downstairs here, telling a story very specific to this location and this place, as we've heard from Uncle Lyndon in the previous item of his contribution to the storytelling of the coast. And then if you look at the street that you walk on and notice why a tile or a paver might have a different shape or texture, it's because it's got some public art embedded in it. Or it might be the seat or bench that you sit on. Or it might be a walk in the forest where there's an unexpected creation that you come across. None better than the Marucci Botanical Garden with the sculpture gardens. And acknowledge we've got Councillor Joe who had an instrumental part in that. Thank you. It's an amazing place and space. But from the really huge things to the very tiny things, public art is everywhere, and I encourage you just to look at it and see it differently. And we will encourage our community to use this plan. We will see what will come from our consultation on the planning scheme, but a great opportunity to build the art in our community that will bring us together. Thank you. I urge support today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, team. Moving on to 8.5, and Mr Vandenberg was here. Here he is again. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. And through you, good afternoon, councillors. This report relates to the adoption of the 25-26 contracting plan. In 2018, Council resolved to adopt the strategic contracting provisions of the local government regulation. Having adopted the strategic contracting provisions, the local government regulation requires that Council make and adopt a contracting plan for each financial year. The regulation clearly prescribes what information the contracting plan must contain, that is, the type of contracts that Council proposes to make. We group these into the following categories: engineering and works, facilities, services, waste services, fleet and plant, and ICT. And Council anticipates spending $545 million across these categories for the financial year 25-26. It must also set out the principles and strategies for performing the contracts. The sound contracting principles set out in the Local Government Act are the relevant principles. The strategies are set at the procurement level and dealt with in the individual procurement plans. It must set out a policy about proposed delegations. These are as per Council's Delegation of Authority number 2, which covers procurement and contracting activities. It must have a market assessment, which is included as Annexure A to the contracting plan. And it must set out the contracts that councils will be significant and a policy about the making of a significant contracting plan. Importantly, a contracting plan cannot be adopted by council before the annual budget has been adopted. The list of contracts that council considers will be significant is a fundamental deliverable of the plan, as is the documentation of the policy for making a significant contracting plan. The regulation does not prescribe what the policy for making a significant contracting plan must be, nor does it prescribe the definition of a significant contract. As such, council is able to set its own policy and definition. The regulation does prescribe what information a significant contracting plan must contain, and also requires that the significant contracting plan be approved prior to the commencement of the contract activity to which it relates. Council's policy for the making of a significant contracting plan is for the plan to be developed by the procurement team and stakeholders prior to endorsement by the manager of the branch seeking the contract and their director. This plan must then be approved by the CEO prior to contract commencement. Council defines a significant contract as a contract having an anticipated value of 5 million or greater and/or deemed significant based on risk. Our review of the capital plan and the expiring contracts report has identified 22 contracts that meet our definition of a significant contract based on having an anticipated contract value of greater than 5 million. This is the largest number of significant contracts identified since Council adopted the strategic contracting provisions. The 22 identified are contained on this slide and the following two. Of the 22 contracts identified, 13 relate to the delivery of capital projects, 6 relate to procurement activities to replace expiring service contracts, and 3 relate to contracts for ICT goods and/or services. As previously mentioned, the contracts on this list have been identified as having an anticipated value of greater than 5 million. As such, the procurement strategy will predominantly be public tender. 3 activities have been identified as potentially being done via an exception using a state arrangement. 2 of these relate to ICT goods and services, and the third relates to the purchase of equipment. That's the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Vandenberg. Can I have a mover, Councillor Hungerford, and seconded, Councillor Broderick? Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor. We're near to the real stuff, the finance.
You've been waiting.
I have been waiting.
You've been quiet today. Yeah. Jet lag.
Until you get to finance.
Now he's perked up.
Okay. Council may only enter into a contract for the provision of goods and services if the funds for the contract have been provided for in the annual budget. And not only is this a statutory requirement, it's sound management and good governance. Now, the contracting plan must be consistent with and support the achievement of the strategic directions outlined in the corporate plan. Significant contracts are contracts that have an anticipated value of 5 million or more and/or are deemed significant contracts following assessment under the procurement profiling matrix and risk assessment calculator. The regulation requires Council to make significant contracting plan for each significant contract before the contract starts. Council has identified those contracts which it considers will be significant contracts in the contracting plan. Each of these will require a significant contracting plan to be prepared in accordance with the contracting plan prior to their commencement. Now, the types of contracts are design and construction, construction itself, supply and installation, services including professional and consulting services to Council, supply of goods, and Queensland Information Technology Framework contracts, our ICT. Now, for the 24-25 financial year, to the 28th of February 2025, Council spent $365.5 million across the 6 procurement categories. This is not small. And for the 25-26 financial year, Council anticipates spending $545 million across those 6 areas. So the principles and strategies. The sound contracting principles are value for money, open and effective competition, especially when you're awarding contracts, the development of competitive local business and industry, building our local industry, environmental protection and ethical behaviour and fair dealing with all those we're contracting with. This holds us in good stead and has those out there that contract to us have us in high confidence in when they're dealing with Council, an ethical organisation that they can work with. Thank you for the work that's been done on this in the different areas in Council. It's a large project, and I put it to you, councillors, I commend it to you, that this is very important for us and our credibility in the community and the business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank the officers for bringing this report to us, which I'm supportive of. I just want to make a couple of points. The first one is that whilst these public tenders mean that we get, as a general rule, a significant number of tenderers, we do have in place within this council a situation where for what's considered to be minor works, up to 50,000, we just get one tender. We just get one price. And it's often from a preferred person. I voted against that when it was brought forward for adoption, and I really think that it's time that we started to look from a perspective of best value for money at opening that up a bit more than we currently do. The second thing, which is, I don't want anybody to take this as being me being nasty or anything, but the community is going to say when they see this, the community that David and I and Jenny, to a degree, west of the Bruce Highway represent, are going to say, well, you know, where are the projects in the hinterland? Yes, there are. There's ones for, I think, management of turf, management, slashing, and a couple of things like that. It's something to do with waste management. But the reality of the situation, they're whole of council things. And it's a tragedy that projects such as the Nambour Council Chamber refurbishment and the Nambour Library has been pushed out extent for a significant number of years, and the community out there are outraged about it. They are absolutely outraged about it. So I think we've got to start looking as a council at some of those sort of projects, which, look, I will admit that at some stage in the future, when we develop the ecological park, that, you know, there'll be a significant amount of money spent there. But that's for the benefit of the entire council, not for the residents in that particular division. So that's the only concern that I have, but I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And just we'll make a note about that for the tenders under $50,000 because it is something we've brought up and discussed before. So we will put that back on our list to be considered. And yes, agree with you about Nambour and the reflection in the hinterland, and it is something that we are hearing and very mindful of in recent weeks. So thank you. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Ben and team, for bringing this to us. Couple of questions that are no doubt going to come as a surprise to you. So, and I do appreciate some of the work that we've done on this one. So just to highlight, what are the significant changes that we see from this contracting plan to the last?
Through the chair, the plan itself, there's no significant changes to. This isn't actually our procurement policy documentation. And as mentioned, the regulation is very prescriptive in relation to what the plan must include. So in relation to those items, we're not proposing any changes. The real substance of the change, if you were to compare this to last year, is simply the list of significant contracts that have been identified for delivery in this financial year.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And just so people are aware, and we've spoken about this before, if we only get one tender through that tender process, what systems have we got in place to seek further suppliers if we need to, if we're unhappy with that tender, or what happens next?
Through the chair, yes, the receipt of one tender by itself isn't, problematic by itself, as Councillor Hungerford went through before. There's still a number of principles that we need to make sure that we're complying with, so we would still evaluate that tender against our policies, procedures, the sound contracting principles, and if following that we were satisfied that we were still getting value for money and we weren't overriding any of the principles, we could still award. In the event that we weren't comfortable to award to that, then we would cease that procurement, undertake work to understand why that procurement probably wasn't as successful as we were looking for, and reapproach the market at a later time in a different way. But we were doing it in a considered way to try and make sure that we got a different outcome.
Great, thank you. And given the tender process, and we've spoken about it before, how is it that we're ensuring that many more of our local suppliers can get on board? If they're unaware that the tender is out, if they're smaller companies and they need other people to help them out, what are we doing there to ensure that we're getting that local feed that we need to?
Through the chair, so there is a number of ways that we advertise our tender opportunities. Our tender alert service is probably the one that most people tap into. Most of the organisations are also familiar with vendor panel, which is how we release our opportunities for our public tenders. So there are a number of ways that they get alerted. You'll be aware that our policy in relation to utilising locals for procurements up to 500, we must go to locals unless there's a reason not to. So at that less than 500 level, we are absolutely engaging, or we are getting the responses. We are seeing as a percentage of our tenders for the last financial year, I think we were somewhere in the range of 70% of our respondents to our tenders were actually local companies as well. So I'm reasonably comfortable that we're actually getting good buy-in from our local market in terms of responding and being aware of our opportunities.
Yeah, that's great. And just in note of that as well, we also had our public forum the other day for industry to come and find out about how it is that they can get involved in council, so that option is there as well. Yeah, and I think the last thing that most people are concerned about as well is how are our contracts managed once that tender is awarded?
Through the chair, so contract management is done across the organisation. Once a contract is awarded, it's handed over to the business area to manage that contract, whether it be a service contract, whether it be for the delivery of a capital project or ICT. People across the organisation as contract administrators are responsible for administering and delivering the works under those contracts.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I might speak to it now, if that's okay. Thanks, Ben and team, for all the work that you've done there, which is great. And I was excited to see that the significant projects over $5 million, that there's been some change in how we deal with that. This plan is more than just a procurement schedule. It's our strategic framework that guides how we spend, who we spend with, and what outcomes we would expect. It aligns with our corporate plan, which I had to throw in there, and complies with the local government regulation. But more importantly, it reflects a smarter, more community-focused approach to our contracting. And to Councillor Hungerford's point, these projects that sit before us on this list must and have been included in our current and adopted budget as well. And so the significant improvement in the formal identification of those contracts expected to exceed $5 million as significant contracts just means that now there's better oversight, clearer expectations and stronger risk management, and that they also have to go through to the CEO. So thanks, team, for your work and for this plan that you've brought before us. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close?
Through you, Madam Mayor, sound financial management, sound practices would also give us clear insight to the community, especially the business community we're dealing with, that we are an organisation they can deal with within confidence. And I think that's very important. Not only is it statutory we have this, but it's the way we do it and the way we structure this puts us head and shoulders above most in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, team. And we welcome Ms Dunbar to present item 8.6, the Interim June Financial Performance Report. Here she is. Thank you. Ms Wex as well. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councillors and executive team. I'm here to present the Interim Financial Performance Report for June. The monthly financial report includes several line items where year-to-date actuals include estimated accruals, subject to finalisation of actuals during the year-end processing. The estimated accruals include expected invoices dated 30th of June for works completed for both operating and capital works received in July 2025, 1 week of employee costs up to the 30th of June paid in July, and predicted depreciation. Year-end processing will include finalisation of actual depreciation, rollback of June invoices received in July, finalisation of asset revaluations, restricted cash, closing balances, and waste and long service leave provisions. A reconciliation between the interim June results being presented here today and the audited financial statements will be presented to Council at the next available ordinary meeting after the conclusion of the audit. At the end of June, Council's interim operating result is a $29 million deficit, which is $40 million below the full year budget. Council's revenue is $2.9 million above full year budget. The major variances are contributing to that. Net rates are below budget $1 million. Overall fees and charges are higher than budget $535,000. That's made up of development services being $1.2 million below budget, parking business unit fees below budget, and that is offset by Park Smart parking infringements, net above budget $501,000, resource recovery recyclables $1 million above budget, and Sunshine Coast Stadium $312,000 above budget. Other revenue is $3.1 million higher than budget. Container refund scheme, $1.2 million. Pelican final instalment for Pelican Water's infrastructure agreement. Lease revenue above budget, $354,000. And sundry recoupment for sports venues, sundry expenses and infringements spur recovery. Our operating grants are also higher than budget by $4.5 million. That is due to the financial assistant grant prepayment, $5.6 million, and our DRFA street tree grant, which is below budget, $736,000, which is offset by expenditure, which is also below budget, $680,000. And interest received from investment is lower than budget by $3.3 million. Total expenditure is $42.9 million higher than full year budget. Materials and services are on budget. Our core expenditure is above budget, $4.4 million. That's across plant and equipment, $3.3 million higher. Materials, $2.1 million higher. And state levy also $1 million higher, offset by contract services being $2 million below budget. Our levy projects are $2.3 million below budget. Environment levy is $805,000 below budget. Our transport levy is $1.5 million below budget. Projects, there's a number of projects which are below budget at the 30th of June by $2 million. Depreciation is $33.4 million higher than budget. This is primarily due to reported values throughout the 24-25 financial year being understated relative to forecast actuals. Furthermore, the adopted depreciation budget did not adequately reflect the long-term costs associated with asset ownership and renewal. And our recurrent capital expense is $8.3 million higher than budget. On our capital works program, the capital works program has progressed 94.5%. That's $253.6 million expensed against our budget of $268.4 million. With related to our core capital works, the interim result is 101.2% complete, with total expenditure reaching $154.2 million. At the end of June, Council's cash balance is $191.6 million. That's made up of unrestricted cash of $44.8 million and restricted cash is $146.7 million. Council's debt at the end of June is $443 million. This includes our new borrowings of $23.2 million, which were drawn down during June. Council currently doesn't hold any term deposits. And the risks that are in the report and outlined in this presentation. The reported actual year-to-date financial result includes several items that include estimated accruals subject to finalisation of actuals during the year-end processing. Material items that may be impacted include materials and services, recurrent capital expense and depreciation. Capital expenditure actuals also include estimated accruals subject to finalisation of actuals during the year-end processing. Contributed assets remain subject to adjustment as part of year-end processing. And the recommendation today that Council receive and note the report titled Interim June 2025 Financial Performance Report.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have a mover for this item? Councillor Hungerford, seconder Councillor Broderick. Over to you, Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I like the fact we're getting accurate reporting now, even though it's not my preferred, but it is better than having misreported. What jumps out to me is the original budget, an operating result of 23 million we were looking for. Then we're presented with just over 11 million. Now we look at a negative 29 million. Pretty sobering. The highlights that were there, and it shows the difficulty in a high expense environment in delivering, on top of having underreported our depreciation for many years. As of the 30th of June, our interim result, an operating deficit of 29 million, as I've just stated, which is 40 million below the current budget. 627.9 million in operating revenue has been received, which is 2.9 million, or 0.5% higher than budget, very thin margins. 556.9 million in operating expenses has been incurred, which is 43 million, or 7% higher than budget. Shows the costs and difficulty in delivering what we're delivering out there. That is a headwind that's going to continue, I think, into the future. 253.6 million, or 94.5%, of Council's 268 million total capital works budget has been expended. We are delivering on the programs we have out there, even though we've got a higher cost component in delivering that. The core capital program has expended 154.2 million, or 101.2% of the 152.4 million budget, again reflecting the extra cost in delivering those services, the costs we have to incur. Our cash balance at the 30th of June of 191.6 million, excluding trust. But the majority, the greater part of that is restricted cash, not unrestricted cash. Our unrestricted cash is very low. Pleasingly, we've got a debt balance that is low compared to our $7 billion worth of assets, and only 443 million, and I'll be fighting hard into the future that we maintain that low debt environment, control their spending. What I have noted is, as we've said, the interim depreciation, these are only interim for June. I want to see the finals to know exactly where we're standing. The interim depreciation exceeded the budget by 33.4 million, primarily due to the reported values throughout 24-25 financial year being understated relative to the forecast actuals. Furthermore, the adopted depreciation budget did not adequately reflect the long-term costs associated with asset ownership and renewal. So we weren't calculating what it's actually costing. A reconciliation between the interim June results and the audited financial statements will be presented to Council at the next available ordinary meeting after the conclusion of the audit. I am looking forward to that because that will be critical in assessing next year's budget and looking at our expenditures and how we go forward. I have not been impressed with the fact that for many years we didn't have it reported correctly. If we had have had that correct information, our budgets would have been structured a lot different. So councillors are only working with the information they were provided. And I'm the longest serving councillor here. For many of those years I kept questioning it because it didn't quite add up to me. But now we've got the responsibility of going forward and getting us back on this financial path. I'm sure this council is capable of it, and I'll be there every inch of the way ensuring we get back to where we need to be. They're sobering figures. It's a situation we've been dealt, but I think we're mature enough to move forward and get it right into the future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. You've identified some of those issues we've all been grappling with in recent weeks, so thank you for that. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Just super quick questions. And a few things we've talked about already, keeping in mind, I know that this is just our interim June report, so we'll end up with our end of financial year figures later down the track. We've expended 95% of our CapEx, which is great. Means we've got lots of projects done, but could you just explain how that remaining is accounted for in our newly adopted budget and how that process and practice works? What does that look like? So the remaining 5%. Yeah.
So through the chair, the remaining 5% in 24-25 hasn't been accounted for in the 25-26 budget. So through what we call our budget review process, we'll be reviewing all of those projects and those projects that haven't been quite finished and they will require that additional budget. That will need to be what we call carryover into our 25-26 budget, and then a process and what the procedure is for budget review will be based on the guidelines, which are still to be set. But from a finance perspective, the normal process is that those carryover funds will be absorbed into our current adopted program, and then we would look to obviously through the 3 months that budget review happens, there may be projects that aren't quite as ready as we thought they will be, and we can defer those. So, but basically, we will, yes, look to absorb that 5% into our 25-26 budget.
And is that a practice that you think we'll continue with, or are we looking at ways that we can get around that so that we do incorporate that into our budget next year? Because I'm assuming that most years we don't deliver quite 100% every time. Sorry, Keith.
Okay, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Keith Parsons, coming now to address that question. Thanks, Councillor Broderick. Over to you, Mr Parsons.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor Broderick. The short answer to your question is yes, we're looking to to change those processes, and some of the points that Councillor Hungerford raised. We're in a different, I guess, financial climate than I think Council was of the understanding of for the last little while. So we certainly need to have a closer look at how we're spending our capital and how we're planning our budget. So our staff are looking at a range of options at the moment that we'll engage with Council further down the track to make some changes there to sort of help improve our understanding and our position.
Thanks, Keith. I really appreciate that. And then the only other one I had was really easy, just because we had on the slide there that we had drawn down 23 million in June. Could you just explain to the public what that was for? Because that's not on the slides. Thanks.
Yes, through the chair, thank you for the question. So the $23.2 million that we've drawn down for debt this financial year, $21.2 million is related to our waste capital program, $1.8 million for our holiday parks program, and $288,000 related to the Caloundra Aerodrome Master Plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's good.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and you can better stay there, Keith. Sorry. It's fallen upon me to ask the difficult questions today, and I'm sorry about that, but I've had a number of queries from constituents and groups of constituents, the community organisations, who've been somewhat upset about the depreciation situation, as are we all, right? And I'd like to thank both our new CEO and our new CFO for bringing this information to light, because it's good to know that you're actually getting the correct information. But the question they're asking me and maybe you don't want to answer it publicly, but I'm telling you now, the questions they're asking me are, how can the auditors have given us reports which Councillor Hungerford has always talked about, how unmodified reports, and secondly, are they going to be held accountable for the fact that they didn't pick it up? So I promised a couple of community groups who brought this matter up with me that I'd bring it up at the next opportunity when we had an ordinary meeting. So the question is there. But,
Thank you,
I'm not blaming
Councillor.
either of you because you're doing your job and you've kept us well informed. So please accept that.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. It is something that has been definitely a question of our community, so thank you for bringing that forward in this public forum. And I believe our CFO, Keith Parsons. Mr Parsons, you're ready to answer that?
I am indeed, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston. The simple answer to the question with respect to the auditors, the Queensland Audit Office were looking at different numbers to those presented to Council in the monthly management report. So the clean audit results, the unmodified audit opinions, were on the financial statements that were presented to the auditors, and those statements included the correct numbers for depreciation. It was in fact that matter that brought the issue to my attention early in the piece. So the Queensland Audit Office did audit and review and signed off on the correct depreciation numbers. I have been in touch since identifying this matter. I have spoken with the Queensland Audit Office, and their response to me is that this issue that we've identified here at Sunshine Coast has given them cause to reflect on their process and whether they should be looking at some of the management reporting results of other councils as well, but that's a matter for the Auditor General to consider.
Thank you, because I notice on the, I'm not sure whether it's the Australian Local Government or the Queensland Local Government Association, there is some discussion about this, not just with some councils, but basically all councils, to ensure that those figures are correct. So it's good to see that coming forward, but the last remaining question around that would then be, how can that happen? How can it not be identified? Because someone senior in council has to sign off on those figures. So how can that not be accounted? Is it just that it wasn't checked, or is that a bit sensitive? Not for you, but in relation to the overall issue.
The CEO is going to answer that question. So over to you, Mr Baker.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston. The reality is, as my colleague has just outlined, that the submissions to the Auditor General were correct, and there's no question about the probity of those. Whilst the processes and the sign-off internally around what our depreciation was undoubtedly incorrect, and we've identified that. It's more a question of process and how we go through that than it was of the sort of the overall accuracy of it. So the actual spreadsheets added up. It was just more around the accounting practices that we are questioning. So what we've done in order to ensure that that's corrected is put new processes, new procedures in place to ensure the accuracy and basically the alignment of the figures that we have on depreciation with the numbers that we submit to the auditor. Although in some small circumstances, there are sometimes some appropriate differentials.
Right, thank you very much. That's most reassuring, and I just, on behalf of the community, I'd just like to be certain that in future, if there are any of those sort of discrepancies between what we've been presented with throughout the year and what the final audited figures are, that we be advised post haste. So I'm confident that you will do that because you have been open and transparent. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in a follow-up from Councillor Johnston's questioning, I have a question through the Chair to Mr Parsons, and it's one to perhaps help the community in terms of processing the information they're hearing today. So when our accounts go to the Queensland Audit Office for, I guess, reconciliation and auditing, can you tell us the timing of that? Because it's different from when we adopt the budget, and it's not in line with BR1 or BR2 necessarily.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Bunnag, and through you, Madam Mayor. That's an important fact to raise. Thank you, Councillor, for that. You would have seen through Ms Dunbar's presentation today that what we tried to highlight in the presentation of the interim results today is that there are a range of processes that we generically refer to as our end-of-year processes that the staff and the team are actively working on now. The process to prepare and conclude our results for the financial year takes a month or two after the conclusion of the financial year. So staff are actively working on reviewing in detail our accruals, our asset valuations, our asset records, tidying up a whole host of reconciliations and other documents to provide to the Queensland Audit Office to help them make their assurances and form their opinion on our financial result. So that takes a number of months. The financial results and the sign-off from the auditors last year occurred, I think, in the first or second week of October. So that's the sort of time frame that we have. So it's not until late in, as we move through September into October, we've had lots of engagement with the Queensland Audit Office, that we have that confidence around what the number is that they'll be signing off on. Now, it's incumbent upon us to use our best endeavours throughout the year and throughout that process such that the number we report to you in June and the number that the auditors sign off on are as close as possible to one another. But I'll say to you, and I'm happy to say publicly today, we've got a fair bit of work to do on our systems and processes to achieve that result. We've started that work now, but I can't tell you something that's not factual. There's a lot of work to do and a fair bit of investment for us to make in time and resources, and I think some systems to help us position ourselves to provide more timely, accurate information on an ongoing basis, and we've started that work already.
Thank you, Mr Parsons. I might just speak to this through the Chair. I reflect on what Mr Parsons has said, and I think that's really important the community understands the timing of such. And if you go back to BR2, I think it was last year, you talked about October having the audited accounts. We had BR2, I believe, I think it was December, and we talked about at that stage an increase in depreciation costs of circa $11 million, I think. That is a entirely reasonable approach to take in terms of once you understand the position has changed, bringing it to a BR, a budget review and making that decision at that time. It is understanding the magnitude of that financial position change that is really the crux of where we're at today. And going forward, I think we've made a very clear expectation that councillors and the community need to understand the magnitude of our financial positions and changes throughout the course of the year so that we can make decisions not in isolation but based on reality. So I'm very confident about where we're heading. It is a difficult time. I recognise that people are receiving rate notices at the moment, and I've had a couple of conversations with people about that at this point. But this is, depreciation and the like is one aspect of our budget position at the moment. We have a lot more work to do right across the organisation to right-size, to look at our capital program, because it's not one element of depreciation that is going to address our financial position at the moment. It's a collective effort, and I'm looking forward to that work starting for next year's budget in August.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag, and thank you for acknowledging too that the rates notices are going out to our community now, and so that is obviously having an impact, and we recognise that as an organisation we have significant work to do to meet the expectations of our community, but also the expectations of the people in this chamber today. So thank you, Mr Parsons, to your team and to everyone for their work in this space. So our thanks for that. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank the new CEO and CFO They say a new broom sweeps clean. You boys had a bit of sweeping to do because you identified this very rapidly and you brought it to our attention at the same time. You didn't hold anything back here. Open, clear, and tell us what the actual picture is. So we've started in a new financial year now, and I feel very confident now when I'm presenting these monthly reports that they will be accurate from now on. I look forward to that, and I thank you for that work and continue it in the future. Bringing those new processes in so we do get accurate information in a timely, immediate fashion is what I'm looking for, and I feel very confident that the two of you will deliver that and we'll get ourselves back where we should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. You're right, that transparent, open and accountable governance is what we are aiming for here with that. So with that, I will now put the motion to the vote. Councillors, those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, team. Thanks for that. And councillors, I'm proposing to continue rather than break for lunch. Are we happy with that? Councillor Johnston?
I'm wondering if it's opportune for me to perhaps bring up the fact, because I'm going away on holiday, so I'm not going to get a chance to do anything, but I'd just like to thank all those officers who've been acting as ELT. I'm very happy with the job that they've all done, and I wish them all the best for the future and thank them very much for their continuous help and assistance.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, for stealing my thunder at the end of the meeting today, but that's okay. We've had a little preview. We've had a preview, so thank you for that. And with that, we'll go to item 8.7 and invite Ms Nelson to come through and introduce this item.
Through you, Madam Mayor, good afternoon, councillors. The Local Government Association of Queensland's annual conference will be held in October this year on the Gold Coast. Each year, motions are submitted for debate at the conference, with endorsed motions forming part of the LGAQ's annual advocacy plan. Proposed motions must first be endorsed by the submitting council before they can be considered for inclusion on the conference agenda. 5 motions are proposed for you today for your consideration and endorsement. The first motion calls on the state and federal governments to fund Housing First supported accommodation models for people experiencing homelessness with complex needs. The second motion seeks guidance from the state government in consultation with the federal government on sea level rise benchmarks for climate risk reduction. The third motion calls on the federal government to expand financial support for local governments in fire ant eradication and suppression treatment areas to assist in meeting general biosecurity obligations. The fourth motion calls on the federal government to increase funding for local government litter management programs by targeting those products and services that generate common roadside waste. And lastly, the fifth motion calls on the state government to investigate and develop options for managing the storage of recreational vehicles on roads. All motions endorsed by Council must be submitted to the LGAQ no later than Monday, the 28th of July. Thank you, and I commend the motions to you.
Thank you, Ms Nelson. Can I have someone move the motion? Councillor Johnston, and seconded Councillor Law. Councillor Johnston, would you like to speak? And if there are any questions as well, we'll facilitate that as we move forward on the process.
I'm sure, thanks, Madam Mayor, and Tori, thank you very much. I'm sure there will be questions about this, but I'd just like to say the councillors who are going to be delegates and voters at the local government conference, I'm sure that they'll acquit themselves exceptionally well, and the council officers will provide them with the correct information. So I wish you all the best at the conference. I'm not going this year, but I believe a few others are, and I'd like to thank Tori and her team, particularly for presenting these recommendations for presentation to the Local Government Association annual conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I'll be attending, and I will make sure, as we all will, that we're across all of these motions, most certainly. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you. If I could just ask the mover and the second if they're happy to accept just a slight amendment in E, where it says federal government, to include federal and state governments.
So endorse the motion that calls on the federal and state governments to increase funding to local governments for litter management. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay, to the mover and the seconder. Yep. Mover was Councillor Johnston, yes. Councillor Law has also yes. So if we could make that change. Thank you. So we're happy with that. Oh, both lost our screens for a moment. Okay, are there any further questions? No, and yes. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I actually don't have a question, but I'd like to
speak. Yes.
So I've called for two motions. One of them is quite complex. So it may be a bit of a hard sell at the LGAQ, but I just wanted to make sure that the councillors around the room are comfortable with our council putting this motion forward. And that one is about state guidance on shared socio-economic pathways and updated sea level rise benchmarks for climate risk reduction. So basically what we're asking is the state government to provide councils across Queensland a benchmark. At the moment, individual councils trying to work it out themselves. They've been given some parameters, but not perfect guidance. And what we're looking for is guidance on future climate scenarios. If we don't have this guidance, it's an impact. It's an impact to our state government. In just earlier this year, we had Cyclone Alfred and we had Jake Elwood. He's a Major General retired. He's head of Queensland Reconstruction Authority. And he was chatting to the Mayor and a number of people in the disaster management room about the increase in budget that he's had to have applied to QRA since he took office, which was only a few years ago. And in fact, the data shows that from financial year 19-20 to financial year 22-23, 3 years, 32 disaster events across Queensland have cost the state government $7.2 billion. In that most recent event that we had, we've seen a number of impacts, particularly around Caloundra, where we've got council-owned infrastructure that is now inundated and problematic. And what we're seeking guidance on is those parameters so that it's not a cost to our council by providing infrastructure that then has to be replaced. It's not a cost to the state government by having to repair all of that. And it's not an impact or disruption to our community. This is not just a coastal, sea level rise just doesn't affect our coastal communities. It also impacts flooding in our hinterland towns. We know we've had quite a bit of flooding in Nambour over recent years, just even this year. Palmview, Yandina Creek, Bly, Maroochy River, they're all impacted and they're not on the coastline. So this will help us protect our communities across the region and save money for our council and our state government and less impact to our community. Oh, sorry, and the other one that I brought forward was something that is raised repetitively to a number of our councillors, which is the long-term parking of recreation vehicles on our streets. So the purpose of bringing these motions to the LGAQ is because council often find themselves with obstacles in trying to relieve some of the impacts to our community, and this is a motion to try and overcome those obstacles so we can provide better services to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak in support of the motion to have these motions put at the LGAQ forum conference coming up. And put forward two motions, housing, or rather the lack of homelessness, we have heard already today, and most meetings at the moment is a massive issue. And we are seeing our state and federal governments start to take note and are looking at construction plans and programs and are doing work to help people have housing or somewhere safe to be, even temporary housing. However, there is a major lack in what is taking place in that there are people who are unable to access whatever sort of housing because of the trauma and difficulty of their journey that they've been on that has resulted them in becoming homeless in the first place. And the very idea of engaging with a Department of Housing whose first question is ID, where are you from, where have you come from, how have you got here, what's your ID, what's your Centrelink details, are you working? That is the reason, or maybe the reason, and the story of the trauma that has made them homeless. So we need a housing first model. We need models that currently don't exist and aren't even being considered because they're too difficult to make happen. So if we are able to provide a housing first model where a person is provided with housing and then services to deal with the trauma and resolve and try and help that person with a journey of recovery that might then enable them to successfully live in housing, however they come to get that housing, then we will have a chance to address that very visible component of homelessness that we see on our streets and in our community, where people find it difficult to engage with the services that are there. And then we hear peculiar comments like, well, we've helped everyone who needs help. And then you wonder why you still see people who are homeless. And that's because the mechanisms that are there to help people who are homeless do not recognise the challenges and the reasons that people have become homeless in the first place. And this motion, through the conference, I hope will trigger better and more meaningful conversations to provide processes whereby we can help everybody in our community outside of just building more houses. I think governments have got the message about building more houses, but the message about helping the people who are traumatised, which is why they're homeless, has not even begun yet. And this, I hope, will trigger those conversations to happen. And on that point, should something occur to this motion today, I'd like to foreshadow that I would want to put together an alternate motion that at least allows this particular one to get through our process to be presented at the conference. Speaking briefly about the second motion I've put forward around fire ant eradication, we've put this forward to the Australian Local Government Association Forum. We need to put it forward to the state one as well. I am left bewildered that the appropriate levels of government are not dealing with fire ants. At the moment, we are still in a position where we could successfully stop fire ants and remove them from this country. But we are not being given the support. And in fact, we shouldn't even be doing the work. It's the matter for the state to do this work and the federal government to do this work. And yet they are leaning on the council without any funding to get this work done. And if you look at where fire ants are out of control and beyond control, it is costing those economies, so I'll pick America, anywhere between $5 and $6 billion every year just dealing with the invasion of fire ants. We have an opportunity at much smaller cost than that to stop fire ants and eradicate them. We're containing them at the moment, but we could eradicate them with proper intervention by state and federal government. And if they don't do that, then they will be carrying, therefore we will all be carrying, the costs to our community of fire ants. And it will be many billions of dollars every single year if this isn't stopped. So we must put this motion through and we must get proper appreciation and investment by the government. Thank you, and I urge support of all our motions here before us today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the mover and the seconder for allowing that small addition to F. I do walk the streets a lot, and I have to say, even driving, well, Councillor, you mentioned last time that Division 5, there isn't any litter. I can tell you, I walk your streets regularly, and it happens, and it irritates me because when I pick up this litter, a day or two later, it's back again. There seems to be an attitude, entitlement people today to think that if they drive around, they can just throw their litter out. No responsibility. Whatever happened to the Do the Right Thing campaign? Federal government, state governments, they can do a lot when it comes to the types of packaging materials that especially fast food outlets put out there. They can do it so that it reduces the amount of litter. They can do it in terms of the types of litter that can be recycled, composted and beyond. They have the power to do that. Federal government hasn't done much in terms of the National Packaging Covenant, and we haven't really seen much happen in the last 25 years. The state government obviously has started to ban certain types of plastics, but I'd like to see them go even further. For me, it's just an irritation that this community and why it's happening. I'm noticing litter, it's just stewed all over the roads. And it's a disgrace that we think that we can actually do that somebody will allow anything to leave their car. In the old days, it might have been cigarette butts, but today it's massive bags of takeaway, whether it comes from their favourite fast food, just thrown out the window. And I know a gentleman in Councillor Hungerford that constantly complains about rubbish in a very difficult part of Buderim Road, where they come down the hill, where it's very difficult. But he's constantly communicating to me, maybe he thinks I'll go and pick it up, but that rubbish is being thrown out there. So we have a comprehensive need for both federal and state governments to work with local governments to help us fix this problem. Campaigns, education, beyond. I'm really pleased that Councillor Suarez brought up the recreational vehicles. I was out handing out brochures the other night and ended up at Pangering, a place that I was hoping that I wouldn't come across one gentleman that has absolutely hammered me and council about doing something about recreational vehicles stored in a very difficult medium density area where car parking is so short, and yet it's a mess in there. And I know that we're trying to do something about it, but hopefully the state government, who has the answer, can come forward and help local governments deal with this problem. It's going to be a continued problem with smaller properties. People still buy their toys, caravans, boats, jet skis, you name it. They're out there on the streets. The streets are getting narrower, especially in some of these new suburbs. It's going to be very difficult to be able to get through those streets, especially for emergency vehicles. And I hope that state government actually does something about it. So I commend all of the motions that have been put forward today, and hopefully we can actually get some positive outcome from these resolutions.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. No further speakers. Councillor Johnston, would you like to close?
I'd just say that it pleases me to be able to support my fellow councillors in this motion. It is an important matter. All of those issues affect, to some degree or other, every division in the council, and particularly fire ants are starting to move, not just in the coastal strip, but they're gradually starting to be developed west of there. And as far as litter is concerned, I think you might have, Councillor Natali might have misunderstood what I said. I said we don't have a significant litter problem in Division 5. And the reason probably is because we don't have all the takeaway food outlets, which you see in other areas. However, the state roads and the federal highway on occasions are a disgrace, and they're not cleaned up regularly enough for litter. You occasionally see them out there picking up a bit of litter, but over the years I've had a lot to do with Clean Up Australia. We have noticed since the recycling of cans and bottles, etc., that there is a very limited amount of rubbish, but it's still there, and where it is mainly on the main roads. So I encourage everybody to vote in favour of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, team. Just noting also for the record that Councillor Dixon is absent. Thank you. All right, there are no notice of motions or petitions today, councillors. So before we move into confidential session, do any of you wish to declare any personal interests in relation to the item to be discussed? In relation to items 11.1 and 11.2, the Chief Executive Officer advises that the report contains confidential information relating to negotiations relating to the taking of land by the local government under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967 and negotiations relating to a commercial matter for which public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the Council. For this reason, it is recommended that Council close the meeting under Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider and discuss the information in these reports. I've been speaking long enough that most of the members of the gallery are moving out as we do that. Noting, of course, that Council's decisions on these items will be made during open session, which will be viewable to the public once we get to that motion. Okay, councillors, is someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss agenda items 11.1 and 11.2? We have Councillor Johnston moving the motion and a seconder is Councillor Burns. Councillor Burns, thank you. And just noting that Councillor Landsberg has quickly stepped outside and will be returning in a moment, but we will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously, noting that Councillor Landsberg and Dixon are not in the room with us at the moment. So we will now go into closed session. Okay. Welcome back, councillors. We are now at the consideration for item 11.1. I note that Councillor Hungerford prepared to move the item, Councillor Burns to second the item. Yes, thank you both. To the councillor who moved, would you like to speak or say anything?
Only to say I look forward to the completion of this acquisition in the community interest.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? No. Anything else to say, Councillor Hungerford? Would you like to close? No. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour for item 11.1? And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We will now move on to item 11.2. And I note that Councillor Landsberg was prepared to move the motion and Councillor Bunag is prepared to second the motion. Councillor Landsberg, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say that I support the officer's recommendation for item 11.2. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak? No, thank you. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Johnston, Hungerford, Bunag, Suarez and Law, Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillor Natoli, the motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, as we have no further items on the agenda, thank you, team, for your work here. Thank you all. Before I note the next ordinary meeting, I would like to follow on to what Councillor Johnston did say and allude to earlier, in that for a significant period of time we have had members of our team acting in the executive roles as our group executive, and on behalf of the council, the councillors and the Sunshine Coast community, I would like to thank you for your service for your outstanding work, and as we move towards welcoming our new directors next week, we acknowledge the work that you have done in this space and thank you. So I'd just like to thank you because our community is indebted to you for your service to this council and our community. So thank you. I note the next ordinary meeting will be held on Thursday, 21 August at 9 a.m. So I will now declare this meeting closed at 2:21. Thank you all and goodbye for now.